Chapter 2466. Thief, what did you do to Fei Tian? Nightwalker didn't even care about the patriarch's authority as he roared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Nightwalker, then at Nightwalker, who was safe and sound. He let out a sigh of relief. His mood lightened. He said contemptuously, before entering the heaven altar, "The patriarch's precious son said that he wanted to make me disappear. It's a pity that your stupid son doesn't have that ability. How dare you? How dare you speak to the patriarch like that?" Dark Gold was humiliated by Ling Xiao's actions. He was extremely unhappy. If Nightwalker wasn't here, he would have gone up and killed Ling Xiao. "How dare you? The patriarch and grand elder are all here. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Ling Xiao even dared to talk back to Dark Flower and Nightwalker, let alone Dark Gold. When Dark Gold heard this, he was furious. He wanted to shout again, but at that moment, another person finally appeared in front of everyone. Fei Tian. Nightwalker finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw Fei Tian. Although he was puzzled that the two of them hadn't fought in the tunnel, he didn't care anymore when he saw that his son was safe. "Ling Xiao, you bastard, stop right there. You killed so many people. Do you think no one will know?" And Fei Tian was very unhappy that Ling Xiao had surpassed him. So, as soon as he appeared, he shouted that Ling Xiao had killed the other inner disciples. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Dark Flower was even ready to attack Ling Xiao. What a joke. Do you really think the patriarchs will believe such a lie? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't admit that he had killed so many people. Although the patriarch had said that he could kill, what if this old man forgot what he said in a fit of anger? After all, only the prisoners and Fei Tian had seen him kill during the battle. He had already killed those prisoners. So, only Fei Tian was left. If Fei Tian said that he had killed people, then he would say that Fei Tian had killed people. Dead people tell no tales. How is it a joke? Fei Tian had already arrived beside the shadow-black gourd and questioned, with my strength, I killed those 31 people, and I actually arrived before you. Do you think anyone will believe that? I feel that those people were killed by you. Only someone familiar with them would make them let their guard down." Ling Xiao sneered. "You're talking nonsense. Why would I want to kill them?" Fei Tian said furiously, "It's very simple. You asked them to stop me, but I used my movement technique to escape. You weren't satisfied, so you naturally took action. Young Master Fei Tian, you are known for your cruelty. Do you know how many warriors have died at your hands? You're slandering me." Being attacked by Ling Xiao, Fei Tian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, every word Ling Xiao said was reasonable, and he simply couldn't refute it. That's enough. This old man has already said that killing is allowed in the competition. Since there are only two of you left, the two of you will decide who will have the Umbra Black Gourd. The Dark Tribe elder suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao smiled to himself. This was in line with his intentions. Although this elder had the intention of protecting Fei Tian, he was actually helping Ling Xiao. Fei Tian was so angry that his chest was so tight that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel much better. "Ling Xiao, this young master admires your sharp tongue. However, there can only be one winner in this competition. Come, let's fight to the death." Fei Tian roared, "Elder, this doesn't seem fair. Ling Xiao was the one who arrived first. Logically speaking, the Umbra Black Gourd should belong to Ling Xiao. There's no need for a duel." No Light in the Night frowned. Didn't this old man say that the rules have changed? The Dark Tribe elder said, without batting an eyelid. This old man didn't even blush when he lied. "Fine, you made the rules. You have the final say. No Light in the Night felt helpless. Although he was also very strong, he was still inferior to this elder. However, he didn't understand why Yi Wanxiang didn't say anything. You don't have to look at me. Whether it's a duel or not, Ling Xiao will win. So I don't have to say anything. Yi Wanxiang saw no light in the night's doubt and explained, Haha, Yi Wanxiang, you're quite confident. However, don't forget that our Fei Qian's cultivation has already broken through to the early stage of the first transformation fourth layer of hell. He also has the Dark Tribe's special secret technique and the Black Gold Demon's Lair sword. Without help, Ling Xiao is just a clown. It's possible to escape by relying on your movement technique, but what's the point of having a powerful movement technique? Hidden Flower sneered at Yi Wanxiang. She only dared to speak to Yi Wanxiang like this because the elder was here. Movement techniques are not for escaping. Yi Wanxiang said indifferently. In fact, movement techniques were first created. They were originally used to complement martial skills in battle. It was a pity that many people had forgotten the true meaning of movement techniques. They thought that they were used to escape. They didn't know that movement techniques were the most powerful when used in battle. Yes. We don't know as much as the Grand Elder, but there's a huge difference in their cultivation. I'm afraid that kid will have to cultivate for a few more years to defeat Fei Qian. Dark Gold mocked, Junior, you're asking for a beating. Yi Wanxiang's temper wasn't as good as before. It was fine if Hidden Flower scolded him. After all, they were of the same generation. He even had to call Hidden Flower cousin. However, Dark Gold was nothing. With a single slap, he sent Dark Gold flying. Remember, you don't have the right to speak here. If you speak any more nonsense, get out. Yi Wanxiang was incomparably domineering. Elder, are you not going to do anything? Hidden Flower was anxious. Dark Gold was her biological son, and was much closer to her than in Fei Qian. How could she tolerate being beaten by Yi Wanxiang? His mouth is cheap. He deserves to be beaten. The Dark Tribe Elder had just suffered a loss at Yi Wanxiang's hands. Naturally, he wouldn't go against Yi Wanxiang now. Hearing this, Hidden Flower and Dark Gold could only suppress their anger. There was nothing they could do. Yi Wanxiang, I know you're still brooding over what happened back then. However, you're still a member of the Dark Tribe. In the future, you should know your limits. After teaching Hidden Flower and Dark Gold a lesson, the elder glanced at Yi Wanxiang and said something inexplicable. Only a few of the people present knew what these words meant. Old man, shut up. It's not up to you to teach me what to do. I used to respect you, but my son was killed. Even now, I don't know who the murderer is. That's all for today. Let me remind you that Ling Xiao is the successor I've chosen. It doesn't matter if he denies me as his master or recognizes me as his foster father. I'll treat him as my own. Whoever dares to touch him will be my enemy. I won't let them go. Chapter 2467. This is crazy. I don't know what's so good about Ling Xiao that Yi Yezi is so crazy about. Anya Xing thought to himself, but it doesn't matter. That kid will die soon. Not Tian won't let him off. Yi Yezi, you wouldn't ruin this battle for that kid, right? You guys are back. Shun Jian and the butterfly lady had finally returned to his body after helping Yi Yezi. The butterfly lady had fallen into a deep slumber because she had exhausted too much energy. Shun Jian also looked a little tired. He probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting for some time. Master, Lin Yuetian is too scary. If we hadn't launched a sneak attack, we wouldn't have been able to hurt him. You have to be careful. Shun Jian didn't mention the Dark Tribe Elder. Instead, he mentioned Lin Yuetian. It seemed that this rumored peerless genius the young master of the Eight Immortals Mountain, was really in existence that made people fear him. I got it. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never overestimate anyone, nor would he underestimate anyone. If Shen Dian said that Lin Yuetian was scary, then Lin Yuetian had to be very scary. Master, I will go and rest too. Shun Dian fell into a deep slumber after saying what he wanted to say. Only deep sleep could allow him to recover faster. Ling Xiao, you must obtain this shadow black gourd. If I'm not wrong, the shadow black gourd and the shadow black gourd should be a set. Only by combining the two will you be able to obtain the treasure within. The Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Really? It can't be wrong. I'd been studying the dark black sword immortal diagram for a period of time, but I couldn't make any progress. However, when you approached the dark shadow black gourd, you suddenly discovered that the diagram produced some kind of reaction. The Yuan Venerate replied, "All right, then I must obtain this shadow black gourd." Ling Xiao was delighted. He hadn't been too sure what the shadow black gourd diagram was before. Perhaps the secret was about to be revealed. Have you guys finished discussing? If you don't allow a duel, then I'll take it. Ling Xiao glanced at the Dark Ones. Although the Elder had changed the rules of this battle, he didn't care. Taking care of Fei Tian was exactly what he wanted. It was a pity that Fei Tian could not be killed in front of so many people. Otherwise, the clan elder would not let the matter rest. Let's duel. Whoever wins will get the dark shadow black gourd. The elder of the dark race shouted. All right. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded his head, and Fei Tian felt as if he was overjoyed. Originally, he should have already lost, but now he had another chance. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have to admit that your movement technique is exquisite. But if you want to defeat me with just your movement technique, I will make you regret it. And Fei Tian sneered in his heart. In his opinion, as long as he could avoid Ling Xiao's strange secret technique, he didn't have to worry about anything else. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You only reached the early stage of the fourth layer of hell by relying on others. What ability do you have to make me afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Fei Tian disdainfully. Today's Fei Tian was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. If he hadn't wanted to hide his strength in front of those people, he could have killed Fei Tian in 3 moves. Who's the frog at the bottom of the well? Let's see who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Die. After saying that, Fei Tian suddenly burst out his powerful aura at the early stage of the fourth layer of hell and charged at Ling Xiao. The difference between the fourth layer of hell and the third layer of hell is huge. Even if Ling Xiao is invincible in the third layer of hell, he is no match for Fei Tian. Moreover, Ling Xiao's cultivation may not be invincible in the third layer of hell. Hidden Flower couldn't help but say coldly as he watched the battle begin. This time, Dark Knight Formless did not say anything. There was no point in saying that. Anyway, among these people, no one else had confidence in Ling Xiao other than him. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Fei Tian, who was charging at him. When Fei Tian rushed over, his figure was faintly discernible in the void. This was probably the effect of the dark shadow martial soul, which made it impossible for others to grasp his exact position. Every time he appeared, he would be in a different place, and there was no pattern to it. For an ordinary person, they would have been nervous and panicked at this point. This was because an unpredictable enemy was the scariest. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Although Fei Tian's movements were strange, he was able to deal with them by remaining unchanged. Dark Shadow Demonic Seal. While he was charging, Fei Tian condensed a terrifying palm print in his hand. Within the palm print, a hideous skull vaguely appeared, exuding a terrifying and eerie aura. It charged at Ling Xiao. This demonic seal could disappear and reappear as Fei Qian moved. Die, ignorant boy! The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to determine its exact location. The terrifying demonic seal and Fei Qian's figure had disappeared. When Fei Qian reappeared, he was only 2 to 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. What an insignificant trick! Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although his cultivation had not broken through, he was still at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, with the power of a beast god martial artist, he could be on par with Fei Qian. This did not include his advanced combat constitution and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul. Through the tempering of many battles, Ling Xiao was gradually able to silently unleash the tyrant martial spirit in battle. Although he could not fully utilize it, the advantage was that he could use the tyrannical martial soul without being detected. Of course, their strength was only equal in terms of the level of their internal strength. In terms of combat experience and soul power, Fei Qian could not catch up with him. As for martial skills, Fei Qian should have mastered an outstanding high-grade jade martial skill. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had mastered a high-grade jade martial skill. In terms of quality, Fei Qian's martial skill was slightly inferior. However, Ling Xiao's mastery of every martial skill was better than Fei Qian's. As for body movement, Ling Xiao had mastered the 4th move of the 1,000-Mile Wolf. The first 3 moves had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The 4th move had also been cultivated to the phenomenal realm. This was definitely a miracle in the history of the 1,000-Mile Wolf. In short, he was stronger than Fei Qian by more than a little. Suddenly, Fei Qian's figure appeared, and the terrifying demonic seal was already inches away from Ling Xiao. Humph, that boy is finished. Hidden Flower snorted. He can't even react at such a close distance. He's really weak. Chapter 2468. At this moment, Dark Gold felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. After all this time, this guy was not that great after all. However, in the next moment, his jaw dropped. A shocking scene appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. Just like that, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already behind Fei Qian. However, Fei Qian was indeed more powerful than the average person. The moment Ling Xiao disappeared, he reacted. The dark shadow demonic seal blasted behind him. Boom! The 2 palms collided, causing the tunnel to shake. A strong gust of wind shot out in all directions. The spectators could feel the strength of the wind. However, when the wind reached the dark shadow gourd, it strangely disappeared. Of course, no one noticed this because everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Since Ling Xiao only used ordinary palm energy, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could regain his footing. However, his movements were quite dashing. After all, his movement technique was there. It would be a little difficult to make him look battered and exhausted. As for Fei Qian, he only retreated 2 or 3 steps. In this collision, he obviously had the upper hand, and the advantage was not small. So what if his movement technique is good? He's not as good as Not Heaven. This Ling Xiao is still going to lose. Dark Gold glanced at Dark Knight formless and sneered. Are you an idiot? You're one of the 3 geniuses of the Dark Tribe. Can't you see this? Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills, but Not Heaven used a high-tier jade grade martial skill, the Dark Shadow Demonic Seal. Now, that neither side is at a disadvantage, who do you think is stronger? Dark Gold did not say anything, but No Light in the Night scolded Dark Gold. The others did not refute. This was because the experts could see that No Light in the Night was telling the truth. The most troublesome thing was that the movement technique Ling Xiao used was only the first form of the 1,000-mile wolf, but it was already difficult for Fei Tian to deal with. It's just an ordinary palm energy, but it's so powerful in the hands of this kid. It seemed like this Ling Xiao was really a martial arts genius. No wonder Wukong wanted to take him in as his godson. Speaking of which, this old man is starting to like this kid. The dark race elder had heard rumors about Ling Xiao, and some people had added fuel to the fire. He didn't like Ling Xiao at all. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was only able to run amok because of the invisible protection of the night. But from the looks of it now, that didn't seem to be the case. Elder, don't you think you've gone too far? When Ling Xiao used his movement technique, he was unable to use any martial skills. Not Heaven didn't understand that movement technique, so he was almost at a disadvantage, but that might not be the case after this. Nightwalker was somewhat unconvinced. He. The dark folk elder chuckled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to watch the battle unfold. Ling Xiao stood there, calmly looking at his fists. He smiled slightly and said, "And Fei Tian, if this is your so-called strongest strength, then it's really too weak." After saying that, he suddenly transformed into his black wolf general martial soul. The lone wolf walks 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Fei Tian. Then a long sword appeared in his hand, and he used the meteor sword technique, one move after another. By the time he reached the fourth move, Fei Tian was already in a very sorry state. Although he wasn't injured, his clothes were already in tatters. This guy, he really can use martial skills at the same time as his movement technique. Nightwalker was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's series of attacks seemed to be aimed at slapping him in the face. And Fei Tian suddenly roared, and suddenly his body began to change. The dark shadow martial soul behind him disappeared, as if it had merged into his body. His eyes were a strange black color, and even the whites of his eyes were black. Not only that, but a pair of bat wings grew out of his back. A pair of strange horns grew out of the top of his head. Although the other parts of his body didn't change much, there was no doubt that this was a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. The Sand Tribe has the Sand Witcher, and the Dark Tribe also has the Shadow Witcher. To be honest, I'm really surprised that you can hurt me. However, this is the end of it. With your little strength, you're nothing in front of me. Next, I'll let you know what it means to be afraid. You talk too much." Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light blasted Fei Tian, who was in the middle of his transformation, away. "Despicable! How could you sneak attack him?" Outside the arena, people started to curse. "Nonsense! This is a battle, not a game. Do I have to wait for him to finish his transformation?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Ling Xiao, you're courting death." In the distance, Fei Tian's transformation was even more obvious. Other than his right hand, which still looked like a human, the rest of his body had turned into a strange monster. The sharp claws and sharp teeth indicated that this guy was almost inhuman. "You're really tough." Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw that Fei Tian only had a little bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just used the fifth form of the meteor sword skill, the fall of heaven and earth. It had only caused such an effect. It seemed that the Shadow Witcher was similar to the Sand Witcher. They both had extremely strong defense. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. However, after transforming, Fei Tian still didn't attack. This was because it wasn't over yet. The reason why his right hand didn't transform was because he needed to use a weapon. He had just taken out his weapon from his storage ring. It was a strange long sword that was completely black. It was neither gold nor jade, and it exuded a strong, murderous aura that made people feel pressured. Wisps of black smoke rose from it, and there seemed to be black flames dancing on the blade. Is this a deity-grade spiritual weapon? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ha ha ha, you have a good eye. That's right, this is a deity-grade spiritual weapon second, only to the Shadow Black Gourd. Its name is Black Qilin. I'm afraid a poor kid like you has never seen such a powerful weapon in your entire life. In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, other than the sword from the Sword Tribe, there is no other weapon stronger than this Black Qilin sword. I could have easily killed you if I had entered the Shadow Witcher state. However, in order to make you despair, I've decided to use this Black Qilin sword. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent coldly, and Fei Qian's actions were within his expectations. However, even if he had expected it, he wasn't sure if he could deal with Fei Qian. After all, he didn't have such a powerful weapon. To a martial artist, a powerful weapon would greatly increase their combat power. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted the sword from the Sword Tribe. However, it wasn't easy to get the sword from the Sword Tribe. It would be good if he could get his hands on Fei Qian's Black Qilin sword. Chapter 2469. With the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword, Fei Qian's strength had increased tremendously. He was close to the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell. Fei Qian was in high spirits. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of the Dark Tribe's higher-ups. The tribe leader was his father, and the rest of the higher-ups supported him. If he lost to Ling Xiao in front of them, he would be too ashamed to face them. Ling Xiao could feel that Fei Qian's strength had increased tremendously. However, his expression did not change. His opponent must have used all his strength. He had not used all his strength yet. Everyone thought that he had only learned the first move of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles because he had only used the first move in front of them. Go to hell, kid. When you reach the netherworld, remember that I Fei Qian am the one who will kill you. Roar, Black Qilin. As his voice rang out, Ling Xiao saw the sword in Fei Qian's hand turn into a long black snake. The snake was covered in black scales and spat out its tongue ferociously. It was extremely vicious. Black Qilin strangle. Another voice rang out. The strange black snake turned into more than 10 snakes and pounced on Ling Xiao from different directions. Ling Xiao knew that each of the black snakes was a terrifying sword chi. The power was not inferior to Fei Qian's full strength attack. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. The more scattered the sword chi was, the weaker each attack would be. However, because of the Black Qilin sword, each of the sword chi was at full strength and would not be weakened. This was terrifying. A celestial-grade spiritual weapon is indeed terrifying. It seems that I have to reveal more of my strength. Ling Xiao was not a stubborn person. He would not put himself in danger just to hide his strength. If necessary, he would even reveal his Sky Tyrant martial soul and any of his trump cards. After all, the most important thing was to survive. If he was dead, there was no point in keeping so many secrets. Ling Xiao is dead meat. Dark Gold revealed a mocking smile. He didn't believe that the combination of the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword wouldn't be able to take Ling Xiao's life. If this still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, Fei Qian would be too useless. Although Dark Flower, Dark Night Walker, and the others weren't as emotional as Dark Gold, they were still very happy to see Ling Xiao being defeated and almost finished. It's too early for you to celebrate. Dark Night, Formless sneered, but didn't explain anything. As for Ling Xiao, even he did not fully understand him. The energy that erupted from this young body was simply too amazing. What a joke! What else can he do? Dark Gold pursed his lips. However, he was soon unable to maintain his contemptuous and mocking expression. Those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself and gloat over his misfortune, were shocked to find that Ling Xiao's figure gradually became dim at that moment. A wolf can travel 1,000 miles? Humph, with your aptitude, the wolf can travel 1,000 miles at most until you reach the level of a twin wolf. Even if you turn into 2 wolf shadows, you'll still die without a doubt, unless you're confident that you can dodge all my attacks. And Fei Qian looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate the wolf to a high level. You don't have to dodge all of them. You only have a total of 18 sword chis. I admit that if you meet force with force, you won't be able to avoid injury. However, as long as you avoid 9 of them, the remaining 9 will be easy. Ling Xiao smiled, and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, his figure turned into 9. 9 wolf shadows leaped out. This was the 3rd form of the wolf pack attack. The number of wolf shadows that could be released from wolf pack attack would increase according to the level of mastery. At most, when cultivated to the perfection stage, one could release 81 shadows at once. Of course, these shadows were all illusions and couldn't be used to attack. They could only be used to dodge the enemy's attacks. The more wolf shadows there were, the safer the body would be. 9 wolf shadows were naturally able to block the 9 sword chis. The remaining 9 sword chis were repelled by Ling Xiao's doomsday sword. The sword in his hand also shattered at the same time. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon was still too weak against an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao still had a lot of mortal-grade spiritual weapon swords in his storage ring. 9 wolf shadows. How could this guy cultivate the 3rd form of the wolf to the greater mastery level? How long has he been cultivating it? Shock. Intense shock. It wasn't just Ling Xiao's opponent and Fei Qian. Even the onlookers at the side were shocked by Ling Xiao's amazing movement skills. In just half a month's time, Ling Xiao was actually able to cultivate the 3rd move of the 1,000-mile wolf. Moreover, it was at the great accomplishment level. Didn't this mean that this guy could be considered the most powerful genius in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain? If there was anyone who could compete with Ling Xiao, it would be Ling Yan and Lin Yuetian. Elder, did you see that? Now, do you understand why I had to chase after this brat and take him in as my adopted son? He's a genius through and through. No Light in the Night said excitedly, "Humph, it doesn't matter if he's a genius or not. It's all over now." Not Heaven had only used 1 move, and he had already used his strongest movement technique. What was he going to rely on to fight Not Heaven next? He's still going to die. And Jean snorted coldly. "I'm not going to waste my breath on a blind kid like you. Continue watching. You'll learn a lot." No Light in the Night sneered and continued watching the battlefield. And Fei Qian and Jean had the same thought. If you can dodge most of the attacks with 1 move, what about 2 moves? You can dodge 18 sword chis, but what about 24? What would you do? In fact, he didn't use all his strength just now. He was afraid that the Shadow Hunter demon would control his mind. But he didn't care anymore. Even if he turned into a demon, the Elder was here to stop him from doing something stupid. His aura continued to rise. A terrifying black aura was released from his body. His eyes were almost blurred, and he couldn't see what was in front of him. "No, I'm going to kill Ling Xiao with my own hands. I won't let you do it." And Fei Qian roared. He didn't want the Shadow Hunter demon to do it. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only then could he vent his anger and get rid of the demon in his heart. 24 black sword chis broke through the air. They turned into 20 black snakes. It was terrifying. It was obvious that Fei Qian was using a lot of effort to use such a move. He even spat out a small mouthful of blood, but at least he managed to release the attack. Haven't you heard of the saying, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall? You can increase your strength, but I can't. Ling Xiao's aura began to rise again. The advanced lightning battle form was released. Crazy lightning flowed on the Black Wolf General Transformation. Chapter 2470. Ling Xiao, whose combat strength had increased, was able to take on 12 rays of sword qi instead of 9. Wolf Pack Attack of 1,000 li. Great perfection. Wolf Pack Attack of 1,000 li at great perfection could release 12 shadows of wolves at the same time. While easily dodging the 12 rays of sword qi, Ling Xiao once again used the Doomsday move of the Meteor Sword technique and easily dissolved the remaining 12 rays of sword qi. A cold smile hung on Ling Xiao's face, because he saw in Fei Tian's sorry state. Forcefully channeling 20 rays of sword qi had already caused in Fei Tian's face to turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that in Fei Tian's strength was insufficient, yet he forcefully channeled sword qi. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. And Fei Tian's aura was still rising crazily. Seeing this, a Nightwalker panicked. Stop, Fei Tian. If this continues, you'll die first. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe that I can't kill him. And Fei Tian was completely controlled by the Shadow Hunter demon. The black Qilin sword had also merged into his body. It was like a long, poisonous needle that pointed at Ling Xiao. He, stupid little guy. Just admit defeat. You had to force and Fei Tian to let me out. You're dead meat. The Shadow Hunter demon's voice was sharp and piercing. His combat strength had almost reached the middle stage of the 4th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was not there, his combat strength was there. Die, you pathetic little brat. Black Qilin Strangle, 48 rays of sword qi. From 18 rays of sword qi to 24 rays of sword qi, then to 48 rays of sword qi. Each attack was more terrifying than the previous one, and this time he was using the combat strength of the middle stage of the 4th level of hell. Ling Xiao was even more defenseless. Even if Fei Tian wins, it's an unfair victory. No Light in the Night said unhappily, although it's unfair to give my consciousness to the Shadow Hunter demon, the Shadow Hunter demon is a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. Why can't I use it? Hidden Flower said disdainfully. But if he uses the Shadow Hunter demon and still loses, then that would be a huge loss of face. Dark Knight, Formless said calmly. Impossible, Nightwalker said sternly. Nothing is impossible. Didn't you see how Ling Xiao defeated the Sandwitcher in the Sword Tribe? Dark Knight's formless tone was still indifferent. In his opinion, although Shadow Witchers could increase their combat strength, they would lose their judgment and combat skills as a warrior. This would give Ling Xiao a chance to take advantage of it. Humph, I admit that Ling Xiao has some skills, but he has already perfected the wolf pack attack. Do you think he can still cultivate it to the perfection stage? In the history of our 8 Immortals Mountain, no one has ever been able to cultivate this technique to the stage of perfection, because the difference between the transcendent state and the perfected state is too great. Hidden Flower snorted coldly. Even now, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was terrifying, but she still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat the Shadow Hunter demon. After all, Shaheen's cultivation was much weaker than in Fei Tian's. Naturally, the Shadow Hunter demon was much weaker. The difficulty of cultivating the wolf pack 1,000 miles was not a secret in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Therefore, very few disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were willing to cultivate this technique. Even if they wanted to cultivate it, they would give up halfway. because they couldn't make any progress. Therefore, everyone present was shocked. Even the Dark Tribe Elder was very surprised. He felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's talent still surprised him. Can a lot of sword qi really hurt people? Ling Xiao looked at the Shadow Hunter demon in disdain. No matter how powerful an attack was, even if it could destroy heaven and earth, if it couldn't hit its target, then it would be meaningless. If it was meaningful, then it would be a waste of one's internal strength. Hee, stupid little guy, you don't understand at all. The sword qi that I use is completely different from that idiot and Fei Tian's. The Shadow Hunter demon sneered. 48 sword qi had been condensed. Just as he had said, the sword qis were no longer black snakes. Instead, they had transformed into ferocious demons. The power of each strand of sword qi increased. If Ling Xiao's prediction was correct, his speed would also be greatly increased. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. This was because they all wanted to know how Ling Xiao would dodge such an attack this time. That was 48 sword qi. It was like the sword qi of a martial artist at the middle stage of the fourth transformation of the yin-yang realm. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with disdain. He admitted that the power of this attack was indeed terrifying. But which idiot was it that said that blindly strong attacks were good? In a battle, being able to use different powers to perform different moves was the real power. Today, I'll let you see what real combat skills are. You look strong, but you're actually stupid. Let alone one. Even if 10 of you came, I wouldn't care. He smiled coldly, and his body began to split. They turned into shadows of wolves. There were 81 wolf shadows in total. Impossible. That was what everyone thought. It was because only by cultivating the wolf pack attack to the perfection of martial arts could one perform 81 wolf shadows. Once it reached the perfection of martial arts, these wolf shadows would have a new effect. It could be used together with the wolf pack attack, so that the wolf pack attack could be performed without a long interval. He actually cultivated this move to the perfection of martial arts. This is simply inconceivable. Even the Dark Tribe Elder was shocked. This kid had done something that no one had ever done before. If this wasn't a genius, then who is worthy of the title? How? How is this possible? How is this possible? Hidden Flower looked at the scene in a daze. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was so big that one could stuff a big eggplant in it. He thought about how he had confidently said that Ling Xiao couldn't cultivate to the perfection of martial arts. This was like being slapped in the face, and his face turned red. Dark Gold, Dark Tribe, and Dark Knight Wuzuan's expressions became serious. They knew that after this battle, Ling Xiao would replace Fei Tian as one of the 4 great geniuses. He would become the person who could threaten their position. They had never thought highly of Ling Xiao. If there was any fear of Ling Xiao, it was because of the person behind Ling Xiao. But today, they really felt a chill down their spines because of Ling Xiao. It seems that this old man is really old, and my eyes are not good. I almost misjudged such a genius. I'm afraid that only Lin Yuetian can compare to him. The Dark Tribe Elder thought about it and felt that it was unwise to deal with Dark Knight Wuzuan. Chapter 2471. What a pity! Now, it's even more impossible for me to accept him as my godson. No light in the night sighed, helplessly. He knew that the more outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, the less likely it was for him to accept him as his godson. As for Dark Knight Formless, he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that the disciple he had risked his life to protect was so outstanding, he only had a smile on his face. Not only did the 81 wolf shadows easily dodge the 48 sword auras, but they also dodged the attack. What was even more terrifying was that the remaining 33 wolf shadows directly pounced on the Shadow Witcher. The Shadow Witcher was like a sandbag that was constantly being hit. He kept retreating. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself, let alone counterattack. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao raised the long sword in his hand and coldly pointed it at the Shadow Witcher, sort of eastern purple chi. One sword to the west. Terrifying purple chi billowed, like a purple devil as it attacked the Shadow Witcher. At this moment, the Shadow Witcher was being hit by the 33 wolf shadows until he couldn't do anything. How could he block Ling Xiao's attack? Give me some face and don't kill him, the Dark Tribe elder suddenly said loudly. All right, I'll give you some face. Ling Xiao originally wanted to get rid of Infatian as soon as possible. However, since the Dark Tribe elder had pleaded, he would give him face. After all, if the Dark Tribe elder owed him a favor, it would be easier for him to survive in the Dark Tribe in the future. As for Infatian, he was just a piece of trash. If he was defeated, he would never be able to defeat him again. If this kid didn't know what was good for him, he would end up like Sha Hai and die. A terrifying sword aura shot out and exploded on the Shadow Witcher's body. The pitch-black shell that enveloped Infatian suddenly shattered like glass and fell piece by piece. Infatian's body was revealed, still in shock. Ling Xiao stepped on Infatian's body and placed the sword in his hand against his neck. He said coldly, "If it wasn't for the Dark Tribe elder's plea, I would have killed you. Now admit defeat." Since it was a duel and he didn't want to kill his opponent must admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. "No, just kill me. I won't admit defeat." And Fei Qian howled. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so uncooperative. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Ling Xiao sneered. Without another word, he slammed his palm onto Infatian's body. The terrifying sword qi penetrated the palm wind and entered Infatian's body. It began to madly destroy Infatian's internal organs and body tissues. And Fei Tian immediately started bleeding from his 7 orifices. No, to be exact, his entire body was bleeding nonstop, seeping out from his capillaries. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell one after another in this silent tunnel. Hearing this, many people frowned. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Stop torturing me." And Fei Qian was scared. He was really frightened by Ling Xiao. The guy in front of him was simply a demon, a terrifying demon. This wasn't human at all. He absolutely believed that if he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you had just admitted defeat, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Ling Xiao looked at Infatian, who was in a daze because of excessive fear, and stood up with a sneer. Then he looked at the Dark Tribe elder. "Don't worry, elder. I didn't kill him. It's just that this kid needs to be taught a lesson, so I'll let him suffer a little." He stood there, almost spotless, as if he had never fought before. Behind him, and Fei Qian was twitching uncontrollably. Seeing this horrifying scene, no one could react. No matter how much they thought, they would never have thought that such a situation would happen. Ling Xiao's arrogance, and insufferably arrogance were extremely annoying. However, this young man had the right to be arrogant. "I'm going to kill you." And Yeshing suddenly roared. His body flashed, and he pounced on Ling Xiao. He was furious that his son had been beaten to such a state. He did not care about the Boolsh *T rules. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, before he could take 2 steps forward, he was kicked out by Yi Yeshing. "What are you trying to do, elder?" And Fei Qian's every move was ruthless. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not kill him, which is already extremely benevolent. You don't know what's good for you. Yi Yeshing would not let anyone hurt Ling Xiao. "Damn it!" And Yeshing roared at the sky, but there was nothing he could do. The elder sighed, walked to Infatian's side, and began to treat his injuries. "Young man, you're too ruthless." After touching Fakian's body, the elder realized how serious his injuries were. He was afraid that he would not be able to continue on the path of martial arts in the future. Even if he survived, he would only be an ordinary person. "Elder, you're exaggerating. He wanted to kill me, but I didn't kill him. This is already benevolent. Elder, do you want me to be a saint?" Ling Xiao looked at the elder and said calmly. He had already given this old man face. He hoped that this old man would not go too far. "Forget it." The elder of the dark tribe sighed. He naturally understood that Ling Xiao's words made sense. However, so what if it made sense? Not everyone could be reasonable. At this time, Dark Gold, Dark World, and even Dark Knight Wuzuan looked at Ling Xiao with hostility. Dark Flower and Yexing were even more so. However, Yi Yexing and No Light in the Night were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's achievements. "Elder, this shadow black gourd should be mine for the time being, right?" Ling Xiao did not care about Fakian's life or death, nor did he care about what others thought of him. What he wanted now was the shadow black gourd. Although he did not know what he could learn from the shadow black gourd, he believed that it would definitely be an important upgrade for him in the Black Tortoise mainland. "Shut up. You're just an outer tribe disciple. What right do you have to learn the shadow martial arts? You're not worthy at all. Moreover, you have no feelings for the dark tribe. Once you learn the shadow martial arts and betray us, the dark tribe will suffer a great loss. Clan elder, you must reconsider." And Yexing knew that with Yi Yexing around, he could not kill Ling Xiao. However, he could not let Ling Xiao get the shadow martial arts. "Elder, I think so too." Dark Flower took the opportunity to say, "Elder, think twice. Ling Xiao is not loyal to the dark tribe. Otherwise, why would he not recognize Dark Light as his adoptive father?" And Yexing said again, he had caught Ling Xiao's weakness. The other experts of the dark tribe also expressed their agreement with Yexing and Yexing. In the dark tribe, more than half of the elders and grand elders did not want Ling Xiao to get the shadow martial arts. Ling Xiao looked at this scene coldly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2472. What's there to discuss? You changed the rules and still can't stop my disciple from obtaining the right to study the shadow black gourd. What else is there to discuss? Yi Wuxing snorted coldly. "Ling Xiao, go and take the shadow black gourd. I'd like to see who dares to stop you." The rules set by the old ancestor state that as long as someone can stand out in this competition, they can obtain the right to study the gourd for 20 days. If you can make the shadow black gourd recognize you as its master, you can directly obtain this treasure and become the successor to the dark race's patriarch. Anyone who dares to violate this rule will be punished by the old ancestor. I don't think anyone here dares to do that, right? As soon as he said this, everyone shut up, because the sacrificial altar was where the souls of the dark race's ancestors resided. If anyone did not follow the rules set by the old ancestor, there was a high chance they would be punished. One had to know that in the dark race, the old ancestor's prestige was not inferior to the 7 rulers of the mystic world. No one dared to violate this rule. They might not be afraid of Yi Wuxing, but they could not be afraid of the old ancestor's punishment. "Haha, Wuxing, I think you've misunderstood. The dark race patriarch was worthy of being called a wily old fox." At this time, he smiled and said, "You should understand their feelings. After all, Fei Tian was beaten to such a state, and none of the other children who participated in the competition with them survived. Some anger can be forgiven, but don't worry, this old master will uphold justice. The dark race is not the kind of race that can't bear to see their disciples grow stronger. Since Ling Xiao has won this competition, The shadow black gourd naturally belongs to him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly and cupped his fists to the old man. Many thanks for upholding justice, patriarch. In fact, he knew in his heart that this old man was not willing to lend him the shadow black gourd to study. But because of the old ancestors' rules, there was no other way. If he did not allow Ling Xiao to study the shadow black gourd today, not only would it disappoint the other disciples, but it would also incur the old ancestors' punishment. This was not something this old man could bear. However, since the other party had said these words of justice, Yang Kai naturally had to thank him. It didn't matter if he didn't mean it. Patriarch, you have to think this through. Once this brat learns the shadow black gourd to study, he'll become a great threat to the dark race. Nightwalker cried out, "Shut up! This old man thought that you had always been cautious with your words and actions, but your performance today has really disappointed this old man. If you still want to continue holding the position of patriarch, you better keep your mouth shut. This is not a time for discussion. Rules are rules. Otherwise, who will believe the dark race twos? The dark ancestors. Whooshing to it, there was nothing he could do about it. His cultivation wasn't as high as Dark Knight Formless, nor was it as high as the clan elders. Although he was the clan elder, his words didn't carry much weight. To you, he, to the ye. Ling Xiao had crippled his son. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't stop Ling Xiao from obtaining the shadow black gourd, he might as well kill Ling Xiao. Maybe he could even take the shadow black gourd for himself. With that thought, he shut his mouth and said nothing more. Since Whooshing was silent, the others naturally fell silent as well. Very well. I declare the winner of the shadow black gourd contest to be Ling Xiao. According to the rules set by the forefather, he can hold onto the shadow black gourd for 20 days to study the shadow black gourd. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the gourd will automatically fly back to the altar after 20 days. The dark ancestor glanced at Ling Xiao. The master of the shadow black gourd was the first forefather of the dark race. He used this treasure to establish the dark race's position on 8 Immortals Mountain. Since then, no one has been able to become the shadow black gourd's master. Because the first forefather's soul has become the tool spirit of the shadow black gourd, he truly controls this treasure. Kneel in front of the shadow black gourd and pay your respects. The forefather will grant you a strand of telekinesis in your body. On the one hand, this telekinesis can make the shadow black gourd yours for 20 days. On the other hand, it can prevent others from fighting over it. Go. I see that he's still monitoring me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He even suspected that this so-called strand of telekinesis would never leave after entering his body. It would lurk in his body forever. If one day he really wanted to take the shadow black gourd, this strand of telekinesis would come out and cause trouble. This suspicion wasn't without reason. Because Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I vaguely discovered that there was a strand of telekinesis in the bodies of the dark race, Hai Wuzuan, and the forefather. Even Hai Wuzuan and No Light in the Night had it in their bodies. It could be said that anyone who had obtained the right to use the shadow black gourd had it. What was the first forefather of the dark race trying to do? Did he want to turn everyone into his puppets? How terrifying! However, it might be terrifying to others, but to Ling Xiao, a strand of telekinesis was nothing. Back then, he had even refined a strand of the King of Sovereign's divine consciousness. The strength of the tyrant martial soul was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand. In front of a human king, what was a king of sovereigns? He sneered. He didn't know what the first forefather of the dark race was planning. But today, he had to get the shadow black gourd. With the shadow sword deity painting, he might be able to comprehend something powerful. He walked forward and knelt in front of the altar. Then a strand of white light flew out of the shadow black gourd and entered his body. Seeing this, everyone knew that the fact that Ling Xiao had obtained the right to comprehend the shadow black gourd couldn't be changed. This was something that some people couldn't accept. They were jealous, unwilling, and even resentful. But so what? Ling Xiao often did things that made people hate him and want to kill him, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao, you can go and get the shadow black gourd now. But I have to remind you of something. The shadow black gourd is something that my forefather left behind. You don't have the dark race's bloodline, so it will be very difficult for you to comprehend the shadow martial arts. But you only have 20 days. If you can't comprehend it, you can only give up. You understand? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao suddenly understood why this old fellow would go against everyone's wishes and bestow this dark shadow black gourd to him. Of course, the forefather was afraid of the forefather's rules and his reputation being tarnished. Chapter 2473. What the Dark Tribe Elder was trying to do to Ling Xiao was an overt scheme. You knew it, but it was difficult to resolve. It was even more frustrating than a scheme. However, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Elder, you worry too much. When the first Dark Tribe ancestor obtained the gourd, he got it from someone else. He was able to control it. Of course I can control it too. How arrogant! How dare you compare yourself to our first Dark Tribe ancestor? Dark Flower said, angrily. It's not about whether I'm worthy or not. It's about whether he's worthy or not. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't say this out loud. After all, he was about to get the gourd, and there was no point in making a fuss. However, in his opinion, the first Dark Tribe ancestor was only an expert from a few hundred years ago. His cultivation base was probably only in the life-seizing stage, not even in the rebirth stage. He didn't say anything. Instead, he walked straight towards the gourd. Presumably, the Dark Tribe Elder wasn't just plotting against him. He was also plotting against him. Even if he wanted to take the gourd, it wouldn't be easy. He could clearly sense the sneer in the Dark Tribe Elder's eyes. However, he didn't think too much about it. There was no point in thinking too much. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way. He didn't care anymore. The moment he approached the dark shadow black gourd, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the dark sword deity painting in his storage ring had become active. It was as if two lovers who hadn't seen each other in a long time had finally met. They were both happy and excited. It seemed that the Yuan Venerate was right. The dark sword deity diagram and the dark shadow gourd were originally a set of treasures. However, for some reason, they had been forcibly separated. 20 days. That's really too short. I have to take the dark shadow gourd for myself. Ling Xiao made up his mind. According to the rules of the Dark Tribe, as long as he could make the dark shadow gourd recognize him as its master, he could take the treasure. Although he didn't know how to make it recognize him as its master, he was confident that he could do it. Ever since he had obtained the tyrant Marshal's soul, he had never found anything difficult to do. He stood there and hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out and grabbed the black gourd that was about a foot tall. The moment he touched the shadow black gourd, a terrified roar came from the gourd. Even the psychokinesis in his body was gone. What was going on? Ling Xiao was somewhat bewildered. If that psychokinesis disappeared, would he still be able to take away the shadow black gourd? This sudden turn of events was truly beyond his expectations. He was quite surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued to grab the gourd and put it into his storage ring. The shadow black gourd was obviously resisting. The weapon spirit was none other than the first ancestor of the Dark Ones. At this moment, it was incomparably terrified and furious. It wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's hands. However, the terrifying aura of the tyrannical martial spirit that was released from Ling Xiao's body was so oppressive that the tool spirit could not breathe. You still want to resist? Do you believe that I will completely obliterate you? Ling Xiao was confident that the tool spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd was no match for the tyrannical martial spirit. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to take the Shadow Black Gourd for himself. Damn it! Who are you? A voice came from Ling Xiao's mind. I am just me, a martial artist of the mystic world. Ling Xiao replied with his soul power. No, you are not. What is your relationship with the human king? Are you the reincarnation of the human king? The tool spirit still roared. So much nonsense. According to the rules you set, I have the right to use and comprehend the Shadow Black Gourd for 20 days. Obediently enter my storage ring. Don't force me to use force. Ling Xiao felt that in terms of soul power, he was actually crushing this weapon spirit. Of course, he didn't want to destroy the tool spirit, because once it was destroyed, the treasure would also be destroyed. After all, the tool spirit and the treasure had been together for too long. They had already successfully merged into one. No, the Shadow Black Gourd suddenly spewed out a powerful force in an attempt to overturn Ling Xiao. This scene was witnessed by all the onlookers. The Dark Tribe elder's lips curled into a cold smile. He had already guessed that this would happen. Without the Dark Tribe's bloodline, trying to take the Shadow Black Gourd by force would result in this result. In fact, there should have been a process in between. As the elder, he should have used his own blood to leave a blood mark on Ling Xiao's forehead. This way, the Shadow Black Gourd would not reject him. But he didn't do that. He wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he would voluntarily give up the Shadow Black Gourd. In that case, he couldn't be blamed. After all, he had already done the right thing. This person was not a saint. How could he be heartless? He was a Dark Tribe member and in Fei Qian's grandfather. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he saw his grandson being beaten up like that. However, he was more tolerant and sinister than a Night Walker. See, I've already said that Ling Xiao doesn't have the right to possess the Shadow Black Gourd. Even the ancestors won't acknowledge him. Hidden Flower said excitedly. At this time, even Dark Night Formless and No Light in the Night were sweating for Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the Dark Sword deity painting in Ling Xiao's storage ring changed. A dark longsword with strange black tiger patterns engraved on it flew out of the storage ring. The sword stabbed into the ball of energy. Then, everyone saw a ferocious black tiger open its huge mouth in the void and swallow the ball of energy. Then, the black longsword disappeared. The ball of energy also disappeared. Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He easily picked up the Shadow Black Gourd and put it in his storage ring. What's going on? What's with the sword just now? How can he pick up the Shadow Black Gourd? This scene made the Dark Tribe elder, who thought he had everything under control, panic. He could only hope that Ling Xiao could not comprehend anything from the Shadow Black Gourd. This strange fellow is really not easy to control. Ha ha! I've disappointed you, Elder Hidden Flower. It seems that the ancestors were just joking with Ling Xiao. They don't plan to deal with him. No Light in the Night laughed and mocked Hidden Flower. Humph, so what if he has it? He can't comprehend anything from it. You have to know that in their generation, only two people can truly comprehend it. One is Dark Night Formless, and the other is a Ming. And in the previous generation, there was only Dark Night Formless. Moreover, these three people all have the Dark Tribe's bloodline. What about Ling Xiao? He has nothing. What right does he have? Hidden Flower snorted, still unconvinced. Chapter 2474. It didn't matter what other people said or saw. Ling Xiao had already put away the dark shadow black gourd. Today's battle could be considered to be completely over. What he needed to do next was to return to his residence and study the secrets of the gourd and the dark sword deity diagram. Congratulations, Ling Xiao! Yi Knight Formless walked in front of Ling Xiao and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder heavily. Some people say that even if you obtain the gourd, it's meaningless because you don't have the bloodline of the Dark Clan. You're just an outsider. But in my opinion, you've always been able to create miracles. This time won't be an exception, right? Of course not. Those people are secretly cursing and mocking me now. In 20 days, I'll let them know how stupid their judgment was. Schemes and conspiracies? They're all farts. Ling Xiao's voice was very loud. He said it on purpose for those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He wanted them to understand. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot, nor was he an idiot. What he wanted to do would definitely succeed. In your dreams, Hidden Flower sneered and turned to leave. She didn't want to see Ling Xiao's smug face again. Ling Xiao and Yi Knight Formless left the altar and returned to the Dark Clan's main hall. Qingluan Hua and Lin Yang were waiting there. Although they didn't see the whole process, they only heard the results. They were overjoyed at Ling Xiao's success. In Ling Xiao's residence, after a round of celebration, only Ling Xiao was left in the room. Everyone knew that he only had 20 days to study the gourd's secrets, so they didn't want to disturb him. They only wanted him to cultivate in peace. Yi Knight Formless stayed in the courtyard near Ling Xiao's room to protect Ling Xiao, because he knew that in these 20 days there would definitely be some uninvited guests who would come to cause trouble. Ling Xiao couldn't be distracted, so he had to do more things. 20 days. I don't need that long. I should be able to completely control the dark shadow black gourd in 10 days at most, according to Sire Shui. As long as he possessed any treasure from the 8 great families, he would be able to head to the Sand Race's sea region where Ling Yan was imprisoned. It would be best if they could rescue Ling Yan as soon as possible. However, even if he couldn't succeed, he had to at least meet Ling Yan while he was in possession of the dark shadow gourd. The last time I went to the 5th floor of the ghost prison, I already spied on some of the mysteries of the array formations there. This time, as long as there's a chance, we can rescue Ling Yan. For Ling Xiao, saving Ling Yan was a huge weight off his shoulders. What he needed to do next was to learn all the secret techniques of the 8 Immortals Mountain, and then use this place as a springboard to go to a more suitable place for him to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao stopped thinking about it. He had to take things one step at a time. He could sense that the Sin Extermination Stone he had obtained after the battle for the Dark Shadow Black Gourd was actually an excellent supplement for his cultivation. Perhaps he really wasn't far from breaking through to the first transition 4th level of hell. The stronger one was the higher one's status would be in the 8 Immortals Mountain. He was very clear about his current situation. Although it seemed safe, it was actually very dangerous. Although Yi Wuxing was strong, he was only one person. If his enemies came at the same time, and he wasn't strong enough, even Yi Wuxing would be killed. Master, you should have already deciphered the secret of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, right? Ling Xiao's body shook, and an illusory figure floated out. It was the Yuan Venerate, relying on the soul gem Ling Xiao had given him. The Yuan Venerate was now able to move freely within a certain range. Although he was only a spiritual body, he wouldn't be so easily blown away by the astral winds. Of course, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, or rather, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, is actually the key to opening the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. The Yuan Venerate explained, You saw that black sword previously, right? That was condensed by the power of the dark sword immortal diagram. What you have to do now is to condense this black sword into a real entity. When that happens, you won't just possess a true divine weapon, the dark immortal sword. You will also be able to use this sword to slay the weapon spirit of the dark shadow black gourd, without causing the gourd to shatter. Kill the weapon spirit of the dark shadow black gourd. Isn't that a little too inhumane? I don't think he has any enmity with me. Ling Xiao said with a frown. If you don't want to kill him, then make him submit and become your servant. He will listen to all your orders. You can also do this by relying on the dark immortal sword and the sky tyrant martial soul. It won't be difficult, the Yuan Venerate said. All right then, I'll try to control him first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll destroy him. Ling Xiao nodded. Then he began to modify and condense the dark sword immortal diagram. Actually, even the first generation ancestor of the dark tribe hadn't been able to obtain the true dark shadow martial arts. This was because the only way to fully open the dark shadow black gourd and fully comprehend the dark shadow martial arts was to obtain the key. However, only Ling Xiao had obtained the dark sword immortal diagram. Furthermore, it was precisely because the Yuan Venerate was a powerful array formation master that he was able to decipher its mysteries. Otherwise, no one would use these two items even if they had obtained them. Perhaps this was the so-called accumulation of knowledge. Although it seemed useless, it could be of great use during critical moments. The condensation of the dark sword immortal diagram became very easy with the guidance of the Yuan Venerate. In just one day, Ling Xiao had condensed the dark sword immortal diagram into a black sword about a meter long. Holding it in one hand, the weight was very suitable, and it emitted a sinister glow. Dark immortal sword, divine grade spirit weapon. It contains the beast spirit of the black-striped flying tiger. It can be used for direct combat, and can also allow beast warriors to undergo beast spirit transformation. Ling Xiao immediately sensed this information the moment the black sword took shape. The black-striped flying tiger beast spirit was a 1-star Yin-Yang 6th level hell beast spirit. It was much stronger than the steel-armored ox demon, the tyrant blood demon dragon, and the black wolf general. Although it wasn't suitable for Ling Xiao at the moment, given Ling Xiao's cultivation speed, he would be able to grasp it perfectly very soon. Good stuff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Then he embedded the black-striped flying tiger beast spirit into the tiger god position of the 12 beast gods. Given his current cultivation base, he still couldn't fully utilize the might of this beast spirit. However, its combat strength was already much stronger than the other 3 beast spirits. The black-striped flying tiger naturally had its own innate skill. Its name was Tiger Roar. As its name suggested, this was a very special sound effect. It was the same type of innate skill as the tyrant blood demon dragon's demonic dragon blood curse. However, the demonic dragon blood curse affected the enemy's blood essence. The tiger roar relied on its terrifying roar to affect martialists. If it was light, the enemy would temporarily lose their sense of hearing, tremble, and be unable to control themselves. If it was heavy, they would bleed to death from all orifices. It could be said that if used well, it could be of great use at critical moments. Chapter 2475. After deactivating his martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao turned his attention to the shadow black gourd. Although the black immortal sword was something he really wanted, he was also very interested in the shadow martial arts within the shadow black gourd. How do I open the shadow black gourd? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate. The shadow black gourd is a special space. As long as you touch it with the black immortal sword, you will be able to open it. However, you have to be careful. I believe that the spirit of the dark tribe ancestor is also inside. Maybe you don't want his life, but he might want yours. The Yuan Venerate reminded him, I understand. However, how can I obtain the Shadow Black Gourd if I can't subdue him? He is just an artifact spirit without a body. I would be too cowardly if I was afraid of him. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he touched the Umbra Black Gourd with his sword. In an instant, a strange vortex appeared on the Shadow Black Gourd. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before jumping in. Since he had already decided to do something, he wouldn't waver. This was an empty world. This world was filled with darkness, and there was no light at all. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared in the darkness. It was actually a person in a long robe, holding a sword in his right hand and the Shadow Black Gourd in his left. He glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and roared, Get out, or you won't be able to leave. Are you the dark tribe ancestor, the artifact spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave. He had entered this space to obtain the shadow martial arts. How could he leave? I told you to get out. The person didn't answer. Instead, he roared and attacked with his sword. Ling Xiao sneered as the tyrant martial soul appeared behind him. In the vast universe, it released an earth-shattering power. The black immortal sword merged with the tyrant martial soul and became extremely huge. A terrifying aura locked onto the person, making him unable to move. If you don't know how to speak properly, then I'll have to use force. You only have two choices now. One is to be loyal to me. The other is to leave this Umbra Black Gourd, or die. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and domineering. He wanted to obtain the Shadow Black Gourd, so there were some things that could not be discussed. No, you can't do this to me. You can't. I'm your ancestor. The man trembled with fear. The combined might of the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the black immortal sword made him unable to resist at all. Right now, he only wanted to beg for mercy. He only wanted to live. Grandmaster, I remember that when I wanted to take away the Umbra Black Gourd, you almost killed me. Fortunately, this black immortal sword automatically protected its master. Otherwise, I would really be finished. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Now you are telling me that you are my ancestor and telling me not to treat you like this. What a joke. I've already given you a way out. I must obtain this dark Shadow Black Gourd. You can scram now. If you don't, only death awaits you. I'll scram. I'll scram. As the first-generation ancestor of the dark race, how could this artifact spirit tolerate being controlled by Ling Xiao? However, he also knew that he simply couldn't match up to Ling Xiao with just this soul. Therefore, his only choice was to leave. Ling Xiao, you are raising a tiger and inviting calamity. He won't be willing to let you take over his nest. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know, but I still have to find a reason to destroy him. After all, he has never harmed me before. His sudden attack on me during the battle was also out of instinct. If he still intends to deal with me after I let him go, don't worry. I won't be merciful. Ling Xiao said faintly, He might not have been weak in the past, but he doesn't even have a body now. If he wants to possess someone, the martialists he can choose from in the entire Eight Immortal Mountain are limited. In short, Master, don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my grasp, and he won't be able to create any big waves. Actually, Master, you should know that the main reason I let him go was because I didn't want to expend too much energy to destroy him. Even I have to admit that this artifact spirit is very powerful. After this battle, I'm afraid I will have to rest for more than 10 days or even dozens of days to recover. When that happens, will I still have the opportunity to comprehend martial arts? Will I still have the opportunity to save Ling Yan? The last was Ling Zhao's real reason. Letting the artifact spirit go would be more beneficial to him than keeping him. Right now, he could be considered to be using the tiger's skin to intimidate others, and it was more like he was putting on airs. However, the artifact spirit was also a coward and had actually been frightened. Otherwise, he might not have lost if he had fought to the death. You are indeed shrewd, kid. Hurry up and control this shadow black gourd and learn the shadow martial arts. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. You are simply the most cunning monkey I've ever seen. Ling Xiao chuckled and began to concentrate on comprehending the shadow martial arts. The moment he calmed down, his surroundings changed abruptly. Pitch-black figures appeared one after another. These silhouettes were cultivating in various postures, displaying different martial skills. I succeeded just like that. Ling Xiao felt that it was a little unbelievable. He had actually managed to comprehend something that others couldn't even comprehend after 20 days in less than 10 minutes. It felt a little like a dream. Don't doubt it. You have the black immortal sword in your hand, and you even chased away that stingy artifact spirit. Therefore, you are now the master of the shadow black gourd. All the martial arts inside will be presented to you. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Yes, that makes sense. However, Master, I heard from the Mountain Lord that he comprehended the shadow martial arts the most. Even so, he had only comprehended 4 moves. The first 2 moves are top-grade, high-grade Jade martial arts. The third and fourth moves are low-grade, top-grade Jade martial arts. However, how can the one I comprehended have 6 moves? The first 2 moves are the same. They are top-grade, high-grade Jade martial arts. The third move is low-grade, top-grade Jade martial arts. The fourth move is ordinary, the fifth move is good, and the sixth move is outstanding. Furthermore, there is a supplementary cultivation method that can increase the quality of my internal energy. This will make my already tyrannical internal energy even more terrifying. That's normal. As I said before, no one in the Dark Tribe has truly cultivated the shadow martial arts completely. What you have is the most complete. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Don't panic. Since you have obtained it, start cultivating. What's there to panic about? I'm more than happy. Although the remaining top-grade Jade martial arts are still difficult for me to cultivate with my current cultivation base, it won't be long. I will first master the first 2 moves. They are much more powerful than the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. Ling Zhao's face was full of confidence and pride. Chapter 2476. The martial techniques of the shadow martial arts were not specific to a specific weapon. They were universal. Every martial artist could use them according to their own style. Then, they could evolve them into the most suitable move. For example, Ling Xiao was good at using the sword. Then, he could comprehend this move as a sword move. The first and second moves were Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Split the Underworld. As the top high-tier Jade grade sword skills, these 2 moves would naturally be more powerful than the 2 moves of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword and these 2 moves, he could even defeat a martial artist in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he was about to break through. Once he broke through, he would be invincible in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that his future was limitless and his confidence increased. Next, he began to cultivate the first 2 moves. Even if it was only at the initial level, he could still use them. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao cultivated Sword, Cry Yin Mountain to the proficient level, and Sword Rends the Underworld to the small success level. He tried to use the Black Immortal Sword and a mortal-grade spiritual weapon to perform these 2 moves. The difference in power was huge. From the looks of it, the stronger the weapon, the stronger the amplification of the moves. Fortunately, the Black Immortal Sword had already recognized him as its master. It could become his trump card again. Now, he had completely mastered the shadow martial arts. However, he could not return the shadow black gourd. He still needed it to go to the 5th level of the ghost prison to see Ling Yen. Whether or not he could save Ling Yen was another matter. He would not force it. After all, Ling Yen had been imprisoned there for a long time. Since the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain did not kill him, it meant that Ling Yen was still useful. If possible, he would naturally choose to save him when he was more confident and safer. If I want to be more confident, I have to be stronger and continue to cultivate. Although he was very anxious, Ling Xiao still calmed down and continued to cultivate. He had 20 days to use the gourd, so the Dark Ones wouldn't know that it had already recognized him as its master. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could become the leader of the dark race just because the gourd recognized him as its master. If he was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't be far from death. While controlling the dark shadow black gourd, he could raise his strength to a level that others would not dare to provoke. This was the true meaning of safety. Another 8 days passed. Exactly 10 days. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Yin Mountain Sword Chime to the transformative state. Sword Rend, the underworld, had been cultivated to the Great Circle. Not only that, during the battle with the Gemini martial spirits, his East-rising purple chi sword style had reached the transcendent stage. Since then, even though his cultivation level had not broken through, his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. Coupled with the Black Immortal Sword, he believed that he would be able to put up a fight even if he were to face a cultivator at the late stage of the 4th level of Hell. It's about time. It'll be too slow for me to improve any further. Next, it's time to go see Ling Yen. It's been more than 2 months since we parted at Yuhua Town. I really don't know how Ling Yen has been tortured by those bastards from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. He put away the Black Immortal Sword and walked out of the room. He, formless, was sitting outside the courtyard. At this moment, he looked extremely exhausted, and there were terrifying scars on his body. He was an extremely powerful cultivator. How could he be injured? Ling Xiao couldn't understand what had happened these days. Boss, there have been experts harassing you these days. It seems like they don't want you to focus on your cultivation. These experts are all at the 6th level of the 6th level of Hell. Their strength is on par with Senior Wuxian. They've repeatedly attacked you, and they've been taking turns to fight you. It's been very tiring for Senior Wuxian. We can only watch, but we can't do anything. It's been hard. Lin Yang also came out of the room and poured out his grievances to Ling Xiao. What's the point of telling him? He needs to cultivate now, not think about these messy things. Yi Wuxian said helplessly, Ling Xiao, don't think too much. They can't kill me. Who did it? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He wanted to know who he should find for revenge. The Sand Clan Elder, Sword Clan Elder, and young Master Lin Yutian. Yi Wuxian looked at Ling Xiao and answered, Now that you know, what can you do? There should be another Dark Clan Elder. Why don't you say it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, there's him. But even so, you can't do anything. Yi Wuxian wanted to tell Ling Xiao that it was meaningless to think about revenge now. Not only would it be a waste of energy, but it might also cost him his life. However, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. When they came to harass me, they should have known how terrifying my revenge would be. Mountain Lord, you're right. I'm not their match. But I can still deal with the geniuses of the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, and Dark Clan. When the old made a mistake, the young had to pay for it. This was the natural order of things. He didn't believe that those elders would dare to casually kill a few more geniuses. Looking at the terrifying wounds, on Yi Wuxian's body. Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him. "I'll be right back." Before Dark Knight Formless could call out to him, Ling Xiao had already disappeared into the path ahead. In the Sand Clan's courtyard, a figure was quietly lying in ambush outside. He was quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. His figure was almost one with the surroundings, and it was hard to see him. Soon, a few inner disciples of the Sand Clan walked out. They were going to cultivate outside. After all, there were many places in the 8 Immortal Mountain that had better cultivation effects than hiding in the courtyard. These people's cultivation wasn't bad. They were all geniuses that the Sand Clan had nurtured. However, a gust of wind blew past. These people only saw a black shadow flash past, and then their heads fell to the ground. Screams rang out in the Sand Clan's courtyard. As for the black shadow, it disappeared without a trace. It didn't stop at all. Then, the same thing happened outside the Sword Clan and Dark Clan's courtyards. In the end, there were even casualties in the sect leader's residence. The 21 men of sacrifice that Lin Yuetian had carefully selected and nurtured were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. All of this happened in the span of half an hour. For a moment, the entire 8 Immortal Mountain was in a state of panic. Ling Xiao had already returned to his courtyard. He didn't have the ability to face the enemy head-on, but assassinations were easy for him. The Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and young Master Lin Yuetian couldn't guess who had done it. Although they had targeted the High Heaven courtyard, they couldn't guess. Although they had targeted Lin Yuetian's courtyard, it could have been an external enemy, such as the Heavenly Wind Group. After all, similar things had happened in the past few years. Of course, Ling Xiao was the most suspicious. However, they didn't have any evidence. Without evidence, they would be inciting internal strife in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2477. Some suspected that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of the geniuses. However, the Dark Ones didn't think it was possible. Ling Xiao should be concentrating on comprehending the shadow martial arts. Why would he suddenly come out to kill people? First of all, there was no evidence. Second of all, it didn't make any sense. In any case, no one would have expected Ling Xiao to use only 10 minutes to comprehend the complete version of the dark shadow martial arts. Furthermore, he used about 10 days to cultivate the 2 secret techniques to the Perfection Realm and Perfection Realm. Therefore, the matter was left unsettled. During these few assassinations, Ling Xiao had also perfectly honed his martial techniques. This allowed his originally unstable cultivation level to become even more stable. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next thing he needed to do was to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison and meet up with Ling Yen. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao applied to No Light in the Night for permission to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison. His excuse was that he couldn't learn the shadow arts outside and needed to try it out in the special environment of the 5th floor. No Light in the Night didn't object. The Dark Ones wanted to object, but they had no reason to. Therefore, they could only agree. "Brother Ling Xiao, the elder wants to see you." Just as Ling Xiao walked out of No Light in the Night's residence, a man appeared in front of Ling Xiao and greeted him respectfully. Ling Xiao's reputation in the Dark Ones had skyrocketed. He was the 4th genius after Dark King, and Dark King. Therefore, when the others saw him, they had to address him as senior brother, and they had to be extremely respectful. "Elder, why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao was puzzled. The elder's nose was quite sharp. He had only come to No Light in the Night's residence, and he had already been discovered. "I don't know." The man shook his head. "Fine. Lead the way." Ling Xiao didn't want to offend the elder yet. If the elder wanted to see him, he would have to go. The peak of the Dark Mountain Range was a beautiful place. It was also the best place to cultivate. Everyone knew that only the clan elders and the 3 geniuses of the clan had the qualifications to go there. Ling Xiao was heading to the peak of the Dark Mountain Range. Because of how precious the place was, he didn't suspect anything. He followed the martial artist up the mountain. However, just as he was about to reach the peak, Ling Xiao sensed something was wrong. He grabbed the martial artist's neck and asked coldly, "Tell me, is it really the elder who wants to see me?" His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, as if he would twist this fellow's head off at the slightest disagreement. It's really the elder." That cultivator was so scared that his whole body trembled as he hurriedly said, "Crack!" The martial artist's arm broke. His scream echoed through the mountain range. Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm not going to waste my breath on you. This time it's your arm that's broken. Next time it'll be your neck." The martial artist was terrified by Ling Xiao's ferocious methods. "It's not the elder. It's the young master of Dark Gold." "Dark Gold? What does he want from me?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he knew that the other party was telling the truth this time. "I don't know. The Dark Gold young master only said that he wanted to lure you to the top of the Dark Mountain Range. He didn't say anything else." The martial artist hurriedly explained. "Humph! He wants to kill me?" Ling Xiao snorted. He knew it was a trap, but his interest was piqued. This Dark Gold was Darkflower's son. This pair of mother and son were not good people. He wanted to find an excuse to deal with this guy, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Ling Xiao's cultivation was close to a breakthrough. This Dark Gold might be the key to his breakthrough this time. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't go? With a sneer, he casually threw the cultivator down the cliff. "Whether you live or not will depend on your luck. I'll be merciful today." Then he walked straight to the peak of the Dark Mountain Range. No one knew he had mastered the first 2 moves of the Dark Shadow martial arts. No one knew he had a divine grade spirit weapon in his hand, the Black Immortal Sword. The grade of this sword wasn't inferior to the sword race's treasures. If he took it out, it would definitely surprise them. At the peak of the mountain range, Dark Gold was hiding in the dark, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. Dozens of death warriors were lying in ambush around him. They were all trained by Darkflower. In the Dark Tribe, every elder would train a group of death warriors for themselves. They would be useful at critical times. These death warriors were all at the pinnacle of the 4th level of hell. Although they were only ordinary martial artists, their cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao had defeated Fei Qian, but he was only at this level. He had no chance of winning against dozens of people. Moreover, Dark Gold was at the peak of the 4th level of hell. What could Ling Xiao use to fight them? There was another person at the peak of the mountain range. This face was unfamiliar. In any case, Ling Xiao had never seen it before. It was a woman, and she was extremely beautiful. She gave off the feeling of an otherworldly fairy. She was the woman young Master Lin Yuetian liked. Her name was Qingling. Qingling's cultivation wasn't very strong, but she was at the late stage of the 4th level of hell. She was close to Dark Gold. Qingling stood at the peak, looking at the scenery around her. She danced elegantly, causing the people lying in ambush to be tempted. "Young Master Dark Gold, this woman is too tempting." Someone next to him said, drooling. "You want to touch her? Think about the young master. She is his woman. Even if her cultivation isn't very strong, you can't touch her. Even I don't dare." Dark Gold sneered. He was also lustful and liked beautiful women. However, he didn't dare to have any greed for Qingling. The young master was too scary. He couldn't afford to offend him. Hearing Dark Gold's words, The people lying in ambush calmed down. They felt a chill in their hearts. They weren't lustful anymore. In the past, someone who had looked at Qing Ling was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the young master. He was a very domineering person. They waited quietly. A figure finally walked up from the bottom of the mountain, causing Dark Gold to reveal a cold smile. Ling Xiao was here. He had fallen into his trap. If that was the case, this brat would have no chance of surviving. Dark Gold sneered in his heart, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was still waiting for the most critical moment. When Ling Xiao saw that beautiful girl, he could not help being stunned for a moment. There was no shortage of beauties in the mystic world. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as the Moon Maiden. Chapter 2478. At that moment, Ling Xiao even mistakenly thought that he had seen the woman of his dreams. But at that moment, his heart turned cold. No matter how perfect a woman's disguise was, it couldn't hide the ugliness in her heart. From this woman's almost perfect appearance, he could see a sinister black aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he lost all interest in this woman. "Where is Dark Gold?" he asked calmly. He believed that the martial artist who led him here wasn't lying, and that this woman was with Dark Gold. "I've heard that young Master Ling doesn't get close to women, and that you're mighty. Why don't you have a few drinks with Qing Ling and have a chat? Why do you want to talk about Dark Gold?" Qing Ling said with a smile, "Of course." Ling Xiao laughed inwardly. Let's see what this vixen wants to do. Although he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used to hide from his soul search, he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used. But so what? He wanted to see what these bastards were going to do to him. He was also skilled and bold. He knew that others were plotting against him, but he didn't care at all. He sat down at the stone table, picked up the wine on the table, and drank it. The wine tasted good. Ling Xiao didn't like to drink, but this wine really made him forget to leave. "Young master, drink. Qing Ling will dance for you." Qing Ling smiled and started to dance without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't move, as if he was trapped by something. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. Sorry, young Master Ling. Dark night, formless recent actions angered the young master. So he ordered Qing Ling to work with Dark Gold to kill you." Qing Ling chuckled. "Young master, you haven't heard of a secret technique called intoxication, right? Qing Ling knows it. As long as you're within 10 meters of me, you won't be able to escape. Everything you do will be under my control." "What are you trying to do?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "Young master will find out soon." Qing Ling smiled seductively, and then Ling Xiao felt himself pouncing on her involuntarily. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. It was Qing Ling who had controlled Ling Xiao to tear his clothes. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help!" At this moment, Dark Gold and the others, who had been hiding in the dark, finally jumped out. "How dare you, Ling Xiao? How dare you flirt with the young sect master's woman? You must be tired of living." Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao righteously, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Dark Gold, young master, you came at the right time. This lecher actually wants to do that to me." Qing Ling hurriedly ran behind Dark Gold and pretended to be frightened. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood everything. Although this kind of framing was very old-fashioned, it was very effective, because no matter whether Ling Xiao did it or not, as long as others believed it, he could not escape punishment. It was really insidious. "Little girl, do you know the consequences of framing me?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Qing Ling is so scared. I'm afraid that Dark Gold young master will take you directly to the patriarch to be punished. Your life is over." Qing Ling chuckled. looking very pleased with herself. Of course, you have another choice, and that is to agree to fight with me in the arena of life and death. As long as you win, you can escape punishment. Dark Gold added. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then would he be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Only then could he attack Dark Gold Young Master. If he killed Ling Xiao here, it would be letting this brat off too lightly. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I'm serious. Don't tell me that you want to say that your cultivation is not as good as mine. Dark Gold sneered. You're just a prisoner now. You have no right to refuse. Well, I agree to fight with you in the arena of life and death. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Since Dark Gold was courting death, he could test the power of the new black immortal sword. You agree? Dark Gold was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you have no other choice. Miss Qingling, let him go. I will avenge you in the arena of life and death. They designed such a trap to force Ling Xiao to agree to fight with him in the arena of life and death. But why did they waste time like this? If they directly asked Ling Xiao would certainly agree. Dark Gold Young Master, you should be careful. Didn't Ling Xiao get the Dark Shadow Gourd? It's been 10 days. Aren't you afraid that he will learn something? Qingling said with a smile. She had no enmity with Ling Xiao. She was just following the orders of Lin Yutian. She didn't have any opinion on how Dark Gold killed Ling Xiao. She just casually reminded him, Don't worry, Miss Qingling. My sister, and Ming, took 18 days to learn the Dark Shadow Gourd. Hai Wuzuan took 20 days. I didn't learn it at all. So I chose another martial art from the Dark Shadow Gourd. Do you think Ling Xiao has the ability to do that? Dark Gold said with disdain. In his opinion, now was the best chance to deal with Ling Xiao. Once he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao in the future. Take him to the arena of life and death. Dark Gold looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said to the people beside him. He brought so many people because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would resist. He didn't expect Qingling's enchantment to be so powerful that Ling Xiao would fall for it. Now it would save him a lot of trouble. No need, I can walk on my own. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from the ground and looked at Qingling contemptuously. Don't think that just because you're the young sect master's woman, I won't dare to kill you. What bullshit infatuation. In front of this young master, it's not even worth mentioning. If something like this happens again, I'll definitely take your life, you filthy woman with a beautiful appearance, but an ugly heart. You dare to scold me? Qingling hated it when people called her ugly. She suddenly used bewitching heart again, wanting to control Ling Xiao. However, a wolf shadow flashed, and Ling Xiao pounced on her. If Dark Gold didn't help, Qingling would have been miserable. Your 1,000-mile wolf might be arrogant in Feiqian's place, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Save your strength for the arena. Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. After defeating Ling Xiao this time, he was more confident in the arena. He didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately confusing him. At this time, Qingling was a little confused. Although her cultivation was not weak, she had put all her effort into cultivating this intoxication. Chapter 2479. Why? Why did you ignore my enchantment? Qingling was terrified and flustered. This was because she was most proficient in the intoxication mystic technique. Once it was broken, she would not even be able to defeat a martial artist at the 3rd level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. She didn't bother learning other martial arts because enchantment was more than enough to deal with her enemies. Lin Yuetian was the only one she had ever feared. That was why she had given herself to him. She believed that no one would ever dare to bully her again. However, Ling Xiao had ignored her enchantment. How could she remain calm? Calm down. Miss Qingling, there's no need to worry. Ling Xiao won't live past today. Dark Gold comforted her. He'll die in the arena of life and death. Fine. If you kill him, I'll fulfill one of your wishes. Qingling looked at Dark Gold. She was confident that Dark Gold could kill Ling Xiao. She couldn't see any reason for him to fail. Listen up, Ling Xiao. We'll fight in the Dark Clan's arena of life and death in an hour. I don't care who you call to cheer you on. If you don't make it in the hour, I'll tell the young lord about you flirting with Miss Qingling. You'll die a horrible death and bring shame to your lord. Yi. Dark Gold was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't make it. He thought he could threaten Ling Xiao. In truth, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. Both sides returned to their respective residences. In order to humiliate Ling Xiao, Dark Gold notified all the Dark Clan members he could. If not for the fact that he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in front of everyone, Dark Gold wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Within an hour, the Dark Clan's arena of life and death was surrounded by a large crowd of warriors. Almost every Dark Clan member was present. Ling Xiao was a famous figure, and Dark Gold was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Dark Clan. A fight between the two would be very influential. The arena of life and death wasn't a fixed arena. As long as a life and death contract was signed, then a one-on-one duel could be called a life and death duel. The arena where they fought could be called the arena of life and death. The surroundings of the arena were already filled with people according to their status. Although there were no seats, these cultivators did not mind. The Dark One's elders, chief elders, and elders were all present. This elder was truly curious. With Ling Xiao's cultivation, how could he dare to engage in a life and death battle with Dark Gold? As the leader of the Dark Ones, Nightwalker was there as well. When he heard the news, he was ecstatic. His son and Fei Tian had been crippled. From now on, he would not be able to improve his cultivation. At the time of the battle, he had attacked out of anger, but was stopped by Dark Knight Formless. Today, he wanted to see Ling Xiao get killed even more. Hidden Flower naturally wouldn't miss this good show. She knew the whole story. She knew that Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to this life and death duel, so she felt very satisfied. The 2 geniuses, and Ming and Hai Wuzuan, naturally wouldn't be absent from this life and death battle. Sister Ming, what do you think? Hai Wuzuan looked at Ming and asked. As a genius of the Dark Ones, Hai Wuzuan loved Ming deeply. Perhaps it was because he wanted to follow in Ming's footsteps that his strength was always close to Ming's. He didn't care about Ling Xiao, but Jean was Ming's cousin, so he still had to care about him. It's just a battle of strength. What's there to worry about? Do you think Ming is that idiot in Fei Tian? Ming looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then sneered, I don't know why this idiot agreed to come to this life and death battle with my cousin, but he's dead for sure. Great minds think alike. Hai Wuzuan nodded in agreement. Second brother, is your disciple's brain okay? A life and death battle with Ming? Is he courting death? Or did he become stupid from comprehending the dark shadow martial arts? No Light in the Night angrily walked to Dark Knight Formless and asked. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao would be so stupid to agree to this life and death battle. There was clearly a great disparity in strength, but he insisted on fighting. If there wasn't something wrong with his brain, then the other party had something on him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any chance of winning. Don't ask me. I don't know why either. Dark Knight Formless sighed. He was still confused as to why Ling Xiao would suddenly agree to a life and death battle with Ming. However, he was different from No Light in the Night. He believed that his disciple wouldn't act recklessly. Since he chose this battle, he must be confident. Dark Knight Formless. This is a life and death battle. I believe you won't interfere today, right? According to the rules. Even if one side dies in a life and death battle, the other side doesn't have to take any responsibility. You've always protected Ling Xiao. You won't break this rule today, right? Hidden Flower had always wanted to mock Dark Knight Formless because she had been defeated by him too many times. Now that she finally had the chance, how could she not speak up? Before Dark Knight Formless could speak, a domineering figure suddenly tore open the void and walked out. He was wearing a suit of black armor and looked extremely mighty and domineering. Greetings, young sect master. Everyone saw that this young man, who wasn't even 20 years old, was actually the most outstanding genius of Eight Immortal Mountain, young sect master Lin Yuetian. They hurriedly bowed. Elder Hidden Flower, don't worry. This young sect master will preside over this life and death battle today. Let's see who dares to interfere. When Lin Yuetian said this, he intentionally glanced at Dark Knight Formless as if warning him. With young sect master in charge, Hidden Flower can rest assured. Hidden Flower said, excitedly, "Humph, I'm just afraid that when Ming is defeated, there will be people who will frantically try to stop Ling Xiao from killing him." Dark Knight Formless snorted. You can rest assured about this. This young sect master swears on this face that if anyone dares to interfere, this young sect master will personally stop them. Lin Yuetian said indifferently. He was just casually saying this because he couldn't see how Ling Xiao could defeat Ming. Sigh, second brother. Second brother, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao is really in trouble this time. No light in the night sighed and said, this child should really suffer more setbacks. You usually spoil him too much. That's why he did such a stupid thing today. Dark Knight Formless didn't say anything. He firmly believed in his own opinion. Ling Xiao never did things without a goal in mind. Stop arguing. This young sect master will personally preside over today's life and death battle. Are the two of you ready? Lin Yuetian looked at the two people standing on both sides of the stage and asked loudly. Yes, the two of them said almost at the same time. And Ming had already thought about how to deal with Ling Xiao. Chapter 2480. Dark Gold had once used the Shadow Black Gourd to comprehend a top-tier Jade grade martial skill. Although he didn't comprehend a top-tier Jade grade martial skill, it was already the strongest martial skill in the entire Dark Clan. On top of that, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Even if he didn't use the two martial skills, he could still easily kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he felt that this battle was under his control. He could toy with Ling Xiao like a cat toying with a mouse. He could deal a double blow to Ling Xiao, both physically and mentally. In the end, he would kill this guy. He would let Ling Xiao die in pain and suffering. Therefore, he was anxious to start the battle. As for Ling Xiao, he urgently needed to fight Dark Gold to help him break through his cultivation. Moreover, the shadow martial skills needed to be adjusted and modified in the real battle. Therefore, he wanted to start the battle as soon as possible. Elder, do you think Ling Xiao has already comprehended the shadow martial skills? Is that why he dares to be so presumptuous? An old martial artist asked. Ha, how is that possible? You should know that it took Dark Gold 19 days to comprehend the shadow martial skills. Even the fastest one, Dark Knight, took 17 days. It's only been 10 days. Do you think Ling Xiao can comprehend it? Even if he did, he's just a beginner. The shadow martial skills won't have much combat power. He won't be able to help at all. The elder thought that the question was ridiculous, but he still answered it. Ling Xiao heard the discussion below. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't know what kind of expression the people who were mocking him would have if he used the shadow martial arts. It would be very interesting. Ling Xiao, I won't bully you today. Since your cultivation is weak, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, it will be your death. Dark Gold wanted to show that he was fair. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao without looking like he was bullying the weak. That was why he had decided to let Zhang Xian make 3 moves first. Dark Gold, I won't bully you. Today, I'll let you have 3 moves. After that, it won't be too late to kill you. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually say almost the same thing? Stinking brat, you don't know what's good for you. Looks like you're really courting death. Dark Gold was instantly enraged. Dark Gold, young master, why bother with someone with a mental problem? Since he gave you 3 moves, then let him have his way. Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. That's right. There's no point in getting angry with that kind of idiot. Someone else said. Obviously, this was Dark Gold's home ground. Almost 90% of the people supported Dark Gold. Even those who had been bullied and humiliated by Dark Gold were supporting Dark Gold. These guys didn't want to see Ling Xiao win. Because if Ling Xiao won, wouldn't that mean that they were inferior to trash like Ling Xiao? They could be crushed and humiliated by Dark Gold, but they couldn't be surpassed by Ling Xiao. All right, since you want to let me have 3 moves, then I won't hold back. I'll kill you in 1 move. Dark Gold sneered. Since his opponent was courting death, there was no need for him to hold back. With a wave of his hand, a long black sword appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao had seen this sword before. It was the black Qilin sword in Fei Qian's hand, an immortal grade spiritual weapon, and Fei Qian was crippled, so Dark Gold got his hands on this sword. He didn't care about the difference in strength between him and Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in 1 move today. If he couldn't kill him, then he would be embarrassed. Black Qilin Strangle, 9 snakes. This was a move that Fei Qian had used before. However, when Dark Gold used it, its power was 10 times more terrifying. 9 sword shadows turned into 9 black snakes and attacked Ling Xiao. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to use the 1,000-mile wolf to dodge the attack. This was because Ling Xiao had fought Fei Qian in this way before. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he went up to meet the attack. His body instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger transformation state. This was his most powerful beast soul transformation. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Dark Gold. Otherwise, he might get himself killed if he wasn't careful. Is that a new transformation? I've never heard of a beast warrior having so many transformations. This kid really makes my eyes light up every time he fights. But even if it's a new transformation, he can't win. That's right. Dark Gold's cultivation is too strong. The gap between them is too big. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. Eastern Purple Chi Sword. 1 sword to the west. Transformative state. The Western demise, which had reached the transformative state, was extremely powerful. The giant purple sword fiercely collided with the 9 black snake shadows. Then, there was a terrible explosion. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He somersaulted a few times in the arena and almost fell off. Dark Gold, on the other hand, was unscathed. Even so, he wasn't happy at all. He didn't die. He was very surprised. When Ling Xiao faced Fei Qian, he chose to use Wolf Walk 1,000 miles to avoid black Qilin strangulation. However, when facing him, he chose to meet force with force. Was he looking down on him? It's 1 move. Ling Xiao stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Dark Gold coldly. He could feel that the power in his body had torn a small hole in the barrier of breakthrough under the external impact. One more time, and he might be able to break through. Continue. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Dark Gold and said, "Don't be like a girl. Your attack is too weak. It's even worse than that trash and Fei Tian." Provocation. This was definitely a provocation. Dark Gold's face darkened. At this moment, the outside of the arena suddenly quieted down. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be able to stand up after taking Dark Gold's attack, as if nothing had happened. This was simply impossible. Die. Black Qilin strangulation. 24 snakes. Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. He was so angry that he formed 24 terrifying black snake shadows. His internal energy was much stronger than in Fei Tian's anyway. Even if he only had 24 snake shadows, he could still control them. Ling Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Your wolf walk 1,000 miles is not for show. This time, even Yi Wuxing was a little worried. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so determined to take the attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao was not an obedient child. The black-striped flying tiger's body began to crackle with lightning. Ling Xiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and picked up another one. Eastern Purple Qi Sword, one-strike destruction. Transcendent state. Dark Gold's attack was more powerful, and so was Ling Xiao's. Chapter 24, 81. Both sides clashed once again. Ling Xiao was sent flying again. He grabbed onto the pillar of the arena and flew back. However, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Still not dead. Although Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed, but he still stood there steadily. Although there were many wounds on his body from the sword qi, he was still not dead. Impossible. Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. Could it be that he couldn't win even if his opponent gave him 3 moves? Nothing is impossible. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Ling Xiao laughed. He was very happy because he finally had a breakthrough in his cultivation after risking his life twice. He was at the early stage of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword, Dark Gold wouldn't have a problem. However, he was a man of his words. He would give his opponent another move. This would also torture his opponent's little heart. It's been 2 moves. You still have one last chance to win. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Gold indifferently and said with a smile, "Humph, why are you so arrogant? You're just better at taking hits than the average person. Since that's the case, I can only use the martial arts I comprehended from the Shadow Black Gourd to deal with you. I'll let you know what despair is." Dark Gold couldn't stand being mocked. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, he would definitely become a laughing stock. That was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao in this last move. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he even used the Shadow Witcher. Except for his right hand, his entire body entered the Shadow Witcher state. Let's see if you can survive this. Shadow Martial Arts, the first move, Sword Crying Mountain, they both use swords. Therefore, the Shadow Martial Arts that Dark Gold comprehended were exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. Of course, he only comprehended 1 move. Compared to Ling Xiao's 6 moves, it was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, be careful. Don't be careless. It should be said that an ordinary high-grade jade grade martial skill would not be able to compare to the 2 forms of the Dark Shadow martial skill. Even in the highest grade, these 2 styles were the most powerful. With Dark Gold using Shadow Witchers, Dark Knight Formless could no longer remain calm. However, Ling Xiao just looked at Dark Gold indifferently. He was calm and even a little indifferent. The same common grade spiritual artifact longsword, and the same second style of the Eastern Purple Qi Sword, Sword Annihilation. However, the terrifying power that suddenly erupted shocked everyone to the core. Early stage of the fourth level of hell in Inyang realm? When did this guy break through? The Dark Elder's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The Ling Xiao in front of him had once again given him a huge shock. Boom! The roar was heard under everyone's shocked gazes. This time, Ling Xiao only took one step back. Dark Gold took half a step back. Ling Xiao's dark gold attacks were already at their strongest, but Ling Xiao was even more relaxed now. Is this the Dark Shadow martial skill you've comprehended? You're a disgrace to the Dark Shadow martial skill. Ling Xiao threw away the broken longsword in his hand in disdain. He looked at the stunned Dark Gold and said, "It's been 3 moves, and I haven't attacked. I've only been defending. Now, it's time for me to send you on your way. I'll let you see what a true Dark Shadow martial skill is." What? Ling Xiao's words were even more shocking than the breakthrough in his cultivation. Impossible. It's only been 10 days. How can he comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skill? Dark Knight and Dark Knight Formless could not believe this. However, whether they believed it or not, Ling Xiao slowly took out a sword from his storage ring. It was a black sword. It was as shiny as the black Qilin sword. However, it was filled with an aura that was even more terrifying than the black Qilin sword. This was the black immortal sword formed by the dark immortal sword painting, a divine, grade spiritual artifact sword. Originally, Ling Xiao did not plan to use this sword. However, Dark Gold was not weak. If he did not use the black immortal sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. One had to know that Dark Gold had not completely transformed into a Dark Shadow demon hunter. If he did, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat his opponent with just a normal mortal-grade spiritual artifact, longsword. He held the black immortal sword in his hand and pointed the tip at Dark Gold. A dark aura was released from the tip of the sword. It was as if everyone saw a black sword immortal. His whole body was covered in a black robe, and he released a powerful sword intent. This sword will, with Ling Xiao as the center, actually burst out. Divine grade spiritual artifact. Nightwalker shouted in horror. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao actually still had such a terrifying trump card. Everyone was stunned. That was a divine grade spiritual artifact. It was on the same level as the 8 great families' clan treasures. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he really comprehended the Dark Shadow martial skill in 10 days? Dark Flower felt her body trembling. The scene in front of her was so shocking that her brain could not think. She was completely stunned. If Ling Xiao was able to comprehend the shadow martial arts within 10 days and cultivate it to the point where he could fight, then he would definitely be able to do so. Then wouldn't Ling Xiao's talent be that of a legendary divine grade genius? Even on the Black Tortoise continent, such a genius had never appeared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was impossible. He must be bluffing. He must be... No matter how crazy Dark Flower was, no matter how much those people did not dare to believe it, the black immortal sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already begun to condense a sinister sword intent. A blurry silhouette of a mountain loomed in the void. This was the special effect of Sword Chime in Mountain. This time, Dark Flower was in complete despair. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Wuzuan felt their hearts trembling violently. One of them used 19 days and the other 20 days to comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skills 3 forms and 2 forms respectively. This Ling Xiao was actually so much stronger than them, and this Ling Xiao did not even have the Dark Clan's bloodline. How did he do it? Ling Xiao did not care about those people's surprised or jealous gazes. He was only preparing his move. His opponent, Dark Gold, had no choice but to give his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher. Because he did not have the confidence to block Ling Xiao's attack with his own strength. The moment the Dark Shadow Witcher appeared, Ling Xiao's sword light had already arrived. It was like a roaring black tiger that had come back to life. It ferociously attacked Dark Gold. The black immortal sword let out a shocking sound, like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl from the underworld. It caused people's fighting spirit to decrease and their hearts to be filled with fear. Dark Shadow martial skill. First form, Sword Chiming Mountain. Proficient. Ling Xiao did not completely reveal what he had learned, because at this moment, Dark Gold had given his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher, but the Dark Shadow Witcher was also intimidated by the Black Immortal Sword's terrifying sword intent. Chapter 2482. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the roaring black tiger pounced on Dark Gold. Although the tiger was formed from sword energy, it looked so real and lifelike. Shadow martial arts first style, Sword Chiming Mountain. Master. The explosive sword move exploded in the void. A terrifying aura bloomed. At that moment, Dark Gold's soul, hidden deep within the Shadow Witcher demon, trembled violently. He saw death. He saw despair. That invincible sharpness. He actually clearly felt that it was impossible for him to resist. Not even the Shadow Witcher demon. No, I don't want to die. I can't die at the hands of such a piece of trash. Being killed by Ling Xiao was something he had never thought of in his life. He had lost the courage to fight. Even the Shadow Witcher couldn't make any moves to attack out of fear. Young Sect Master, quickly stop this battle. Nightwalker yelled, and Fei Qian had been crippled. If Dark Gold was killed as well, then the only geniuses he had nurtured would be Ming and Hai Wuzuan. Moreover, and Fei Qian and Dark Gold were related to him by blood. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill them. Lin Yuetian was stunned. Soon after, his expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at Nightwalker coldly. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Nightwalker immediately understood what he meant. Lin Yuetian wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but he did not want others to think that he did not keep his word. He wanted Nightwalker to do it himself. As Nightwalker thought of this, he rushed into the arena of life and death. He did not care whether it was fair or not, and Fei Qian had been crippled. He could not let anything happen to Dark Gold. Hai Wuzuan tried to stop him, but he was stopped by the Dark Tribe Elder. Wuzuan, let's forgive and forget. We admit that Dark Gold has lost. Let's leave it at that. He did not want Dark Gold to die. Although he couldn't accept such an outcome, he couldn't do anything other than save Dark Gold's life in front of so many people. At that moment, Nightwalker had already reached the arena of life and death. An expert was an expert, after all. He was able to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack with just one hand. At the same time, Dark Gold had recovered from his Shadow Witcher state. Kneeling on the arena, he seemed to have lost his mind and was scared silly. Even below, there was a pool of wet traces. Nightwalker sighed. Even if he could save Dark Gold's life, Dark Gold would be terrified of Ling Xiao in the future. He would never be a threat to Ling Xiao again. You bastard! How could you be so ruthless? You're also a member of the Dark Clan, but you didn't show any mercy. At this time, Hidden Flower also jumped onto the arena of life and death and cursed at Ling Xiao. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make sure you die. I'll kill you. Hee, I'm ruthless? You old hag, is your brain not working well anymore? For the first 3 moves, I gave way to him. Only this last move was blocked by our unruly patriarch. Now you're saying I'm ruthless? I can only say that your son is as cowardly as a mouse. He'll turn into a fool after being scared a little. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower with disdain. He was completely fearless. Although Nightwalker was blocked, he still had other things to rely on. If Nightwalker was simply Nightwalker, he wouldn't have acted so forcefully. "You're courting death." Hidden Flower didn't waste any more words. He burst out with a shocking aura and charged toward Ling Xiao. "You've already suffered, yet you still don't know what's good for you?" Ling Xiao was about to let the divine grimoire attack. But at that moment, a figure blocked Hidden Flower's path. "Enough. Letting you save Dark Gold is my benevolence. I can't bear to see a genius fall. But if you want to kill Ling Xiao, I can't agree." The one who blocked Hidden Flower was Lin Yuetian. He didn't make a move. Instead, he simply used his aura to block Hidden Flower, making him unable to move at all. "We'll listen to young sect master's orders." Hidden Flower and Hidden Night Walker bowed at the same time. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to hold it in. They also had to thank the young sect master for letting them save Dark Gold. After all, even if one's mind was stimulated, there was still a chance to recover. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Lin Yuetian nodded slightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, it's just a spar between fellow sect members. Although it's called a life and death duel, you still have to be lenient whenever possible. For the sake of this young lord's face, how about you let this matter go?" Your face is worthless in my eyes." Everyone thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Lin Yuetian, no matter how arrogant he was. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuetian coldly, not giving him any face. "I wonder which shameless fellow swore on his own face. Since you're so shameless, why don't you give me face? Do you still want me to give you face? Idiot! If I was the one who was killed by Dark Gold, you wouldn't even fart, right? Remember, if you want others to respect you and give you face, you have to respect others first. Since this is a life and death duel, Dark Gold must die. No matter who tries to stop you, it's useless." Lin Yuetian's expression was extremely awkward and ugly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give him face if he stepped in to mediate. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was someone else, they might have been able to do so. However, Ling Xiao was different. He enunciated each word clearly. "With this young master here, can you kill him?" "1,000-mile wolf pack attack." Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Lin Yuetian. He suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf pack and turned into 81 wolf shadows. Lin Yuetian's face darkened as he stomped his foot. A crazy amount of energy exploded on the stage. Ling Xiao's 81 wolf silhouettes actually all disappeared. Ling Xiao's real body was also exposed. He was blocked by Dark Night Walker again. "Kid, I have given you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Arrogance will get you killed." Lin Yuetian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly, his expression changed. That was because he saw the kneeling Dark Gold being suddenly beheaded. Dark Gold's head fell onto the stage, and blood gushed out. Lin Yuetian's arrogance and indifference were replaced by embarrassment and disbelief. He didn't even know how Ling Xiao killed Dark Gold. His sword chime of the Een Mountain must have reached the transcendent state. The Dark Tribe Elder answered the question with a surprised look on his face. The Een Mountain's sword cry of the transformative state has a terrifying special effect, which is that it will not only cause damage to the physical body, it can also store the sword chi in the soul and unleash it later. The Dark Folk Elder couldn't believe his own ears. He reached the level of transcendent sword cry in 10 days. Is this kid a god? Chapter 2483. Ha! I'm sorry, young sect master. The thousandly wolf was just a cover. Otherwise, with your observation skills, you would have discovered the hidden sword chi. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lin Yuetian mockingly. Since it was a battle of life and death, there had to be a winner. Otherwise, it would be child's play. Sect Master, let's go back. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Lin Yuetian would attack. That way, he could use the Butterfly Lady and the Divine Grimoire to injure him. If that happened, who would dare to find trouble with him? But if Lin Yuetian didn't attack, he had no reason to either. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that. Seeing him and Yi Wuxing leave, Lin Yuetian's heart was filled with killing intent. He was the young sect master. If he wanted to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao, it would be easy. This time, he would let Ling Xiao live for the time being. Very soon, the revenge would begin. Not only would Ling Xiao die, but Yi Wuxing would also die. Lin Yuetian was basically the next sect master of the Eight Immortal Mountain. He couldn't tolerate Yi Wuxing's existence. Not only did Yi Wuxing not listen to his orders, but he even dared to protect Ling Xiao and become his enemy. Back in the courtyard, Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao, sizing him up as though he didn't recognize him anymore. Sect Master, we're old friends. You don't have to look at me like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Today's incident made me realize that I don't understand you at all. Your talent is definitely more terrifying than I thought. But after today, you've offended not only the Sand Race, Sword Race, and Dark Race, but also the Sect Masters faction. Have you decided what to do? Yi Wuxing smiled bitterly. Different situations call for different actions. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I've already broken through to the 4th level of hell. I'm not far from the strongest in the Eight Immortals city. Their enmity will only fuel my fighting spirit and drive me to become stronger. Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. That's right. You've mastered the shadow martial arts in just 10 days. Not only that, you've also mastered the sword cry of the Yin Mountain. Even I can't compare to this kind of talent. Dark Knight Formless sighed. Mountain Chieftain, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I've comprehended isn't just the first style. And the second move, Sword rends the underworld. Furthermore, this move has already been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Yi Wuxing was stunned for long, while before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looks like you're definitely one of those rare divine, rank geniuses in the profound world. In the entire Black Tortoise mainland, there has never been a genius like you. I'm afraid your aptitude is definitely not inferior to the former 12 beast gods. Ling Xiao smiled and declined to comment. His aptitude was strong, but if he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the crazy cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to be like this. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have the strength to defeat a dark gold expert, there are some things that I can tell you. Yi Wuxing had always kept some things from Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough. But today, Ling Xiao had become so strong. Given enough time, Ling Xiao might not become the #1 genius of the Dark Ones, but he'd at least be on par with Dark Knight No Zoon. What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, Do you know why the Eight Immortals city is under the control of the Eight Immortals mountain? Yi Wuxing didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Because the Eight Immortals mountain is strong enough. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, That's right, but there needs to be a stage to show off. Yi Wuxing smiled and said, In fact, 30 years ago, the Eight Immortals city was still the Tianfeng city, and the one controlling it was the Tianfeng group. But in the battle 30 years ago, we defeated the Tianfeng group and gained the actual control of the Eight Immortals city for 30 years. Although the city lord is Lin Yuan from the Lin family, he is only managing the ordinary people on behalf of the Eight Immortals mountain. All the martial artists must be under the jurisdiction of the Eight Immortals mountain. You mean the fated battle is about to start again? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the battle for the control of the city will be held this year. There is only 1 month left until now. At that time, the Tianfeng Group and the 8 Immortals Mountain will have another battle between the top geniuses. The participants will be the most outstanding youths under the age of 30 from the 2 major sections. The rules are similar to the battle for the position of the town lord of the Ascension Town, but the scale is much bigger. Even the royal family of the Chun country will be there. I don't think I need to say more about the benefits of the control of the 8 Immortals city. You should be very clear about it. All the income will go to the controller, and only 20% of it will be paid to the royal family as tax. Is the royal family of the Chun country very strong? With Ling Xiao's understanding of the mystic world, anyone who could be called a king was not only an outstanding strategist, but also a powerful martial artist family. There was no doubt about this. Then, the royal family of the Chun country must be very strong. But to what extent, he did not have a clear idea. Let me put it this way. It is equivalent to the difference between the 8 Immortals Mountain and Ascension Town. Yishuan explained. The difference is so big. Doesn't that mean that the strongest martial artist in the 8 Immortals city will only be the weakest in the royal city? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Of course. If a martial artist wants to see the whole picture of the Black Tortoise Continent, he must constantly become stronger. Otherwise, he can only hide in a small place for the rest of his life. The Black Tortoise Continent is much bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. The number of martial artists on this continent is also more than the previous 3 continents combined. You must not become arrogant and complacent just because you have achieved a little. If you do, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Yi Shiwen was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of his continuous victories. Although there were no signs of this yet, he felt that he should remind Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not go astray. What are the rules of the duel? It won't be the same as the one in Ascension Town, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it won't be the same. In fact, it will be different every time. A few days ago, I heard from the upper echelons of the sect that this time's duel is very likely to be in the legendary Ox God's Maze. The Ox God is one of the 12 beast gods. He lost the battle for the king of beast gods, but his strength is unquestionable. The Ox God's Maze is a ruin left behind by the Ox God. As for what is inside, no one knows. What the younger generation needs to do is to enter the Ox God's Maze and find the legendary Ox God Beast Soul. This beast soul is not only incomparably powerful, but it may also have some kind of inheritance. Chapter 2484. Beast Soul of the Ox God. Could it be the Ox God of the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited when he heard Dark Night, formless words. Only by gathering all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods would his beast soul transformation become even stronger. But in this day and age, the title of God had become worthless. Even a slightly stronger existence could be called a god. Whether this ox god beast soul was the ox god of the 12 beast gods was still debatable. But one thing was for sure, it was definitely a very powerful beast soul of the ox god. Now that the steel-armored ox demon martial soul could not keep up with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was very important to find a new beast soul to replace it. And he did not believe that this was the only good thing in the Ox God's Maze. After all, it was an ancient ruin. He had to participate in this competition. Although he knew that his current strength could not compare to geniuses like Jian Lufeng and Ming, Yi Wuzuan, Mo Feiyu, and Lin Ruoxian. But wasn't there still a month left? Many things could happen in a month. Within a month, his cultivation could also increase by a lot. He believed that Dark Knight Formless had told him this because he thought highly of him. Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I will definitely be one of the participants in a month. Although I have no feelings for the Eight Immortal Mountain, I am very interested in the good things in the Ox God's maze. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Don't be careless." Dark Knight Formless was most afraid of Ling Xiao's arrogance, so he reminded him, "You should know that in our Eight Immortal Mountain with your current strength, I'm afraid you are ranked outside of the top 20, not to mention that monstrous Lin Yuetian. With that guy's cultivation, even I can't say for sure that I can win. So this is the most special person. The Ox God's Maze has a rule that only martial artists who have reached the first transformation fifth level of hell are qualified to enter. If you are not a first transformation martial artist, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. In our Eight Immortal Mountain, other than Lin Yuetian, there are a total of 5 martial artists who have reached the middle stage of the first transformation fifth level of hell. They are from the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Snake Clan, Dark Clan, and Moon Clan. In addition, there are 10 early stage first transformation fifth level of hell martial artists. They are distributed among the 8 great clans. All in all, there were already 16 of them, and there were still a bunch of martial art practitioners with cultivation at the first Revolution 4th level of hell. You've just ascended to the 4th layer of hell, and your cultivation is in the early stages. You should be able to rank in the top 10 in terms of combat prowess, but in terms of pure cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be ranked in the top 100. Therefore, you must remember that you must cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. You must guard against arrogance and rashness. Actually, whether or not you'll be able to participate in the Ox Deity's Labyrinth battle is still unknown. According to the rules, the Sword Race, the Sand Race, the Snake Race, and the Dark Race could each send 2 people. The other 4 clans could each send 1 person. 2 of the sect leaders' direct disciples had to be sent. There were a total of 14 slots. If everything goes as planned, the Dark Race's 2 spots will go to Dark King and Dark Knight Nozun. When he said this, Dark Knight Formless was actually very contradictory. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be arrogant and complacent, but he was also afraid of hurting Ling Xiao's self-confidence. So he spoke very carefully. Then he looked at Ling Xiao's expression, hoping to see even a little bit of worry on Ling Xiao's face. Only when one was worried could one work harder. But he was wrong. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, even a little disdainful. "Don't worry, leader. They'll definitely give one of their spots to me. 1 month later, they won't be my match." This was what Ling Xiao said. Dark Knight Formless said, helplessly, "That's because you don't know how powerful they are." The 2 of them were almost equal in strength because they had both comprehended a top-tier Jade grade martial skill from the Umbra Black Gourd, and their cultivation is also on par with each other. Half a month ago, they both reached the early phase of the 5th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm. But in this half a month, Dark King's cultivation broke through and reached the middle phase of the Yin Yang realm, a little higher than Dark Knight Nozun. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Dark Knight Formless wanted to pour cold water on Ling Xiao, but his idea fell through again. "Of course. Although I can't fight them now, I don't think leader knows what I got from the Shadow Black Gourd, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Don't tell me you've comprehended 4 martial arts techniques." Dark Knight Formless exclaimed. Apart from the first-generation ancestor, he was the only one who could do this. "You can say that." Ling Xiao was afraid that this mountain chieftain would be too agitated, so he didn't tell her the truth. He only nodded vaguely, for martial arts techniques were already shocking enough. If Dark Knight Formless knew that he had comprehended 6 martial arts techniques, it would be too scary. "What? It's true." Dark Knight Formless stood up in shock. No wonder, no wonder you're so confident. Good, this is great. As long as you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation and master the remaining 2 top Jade grade martial arts techniques, you'll be able to defeat Dark Knight Nozun. Is the opponent strong? Lin Yong couldn't help but ask. Of course. Although we're not completely familiar with the Tianfeng group, as far as I know, there's a genius in the group who's not inferior to Lin Yuetian, and he's only 18 years old. Dark Knight Formless said. Actually, once you enter the Ox Deity's maze, other than yourself, everyone else should be your enemy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although logically speaking, the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists should be united, I think the possibility of that happening is very low. With Lin Yuetian's domineering personality, I'm afraid he'll use everyone else as his stepping stones. So, whether it's the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists or the Tianfeng group's martial artists, they can all be his opponents, or even his enemies. Although I don't want to admit it, your analysis is correct. Dark Knight, Formless side. My request for you is very simple. If you really have the chance to participate in the competition, don't worry about anything else, just get the benefits. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain hasn't taken care of you for such a long time. Instead, so many people have come to find trouble with you, but the sect leader hasn't come out to mediate, let alone you. You're thinking the same thing as me, Dark Knight Formless. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I also think that the Ox Deity's beast soul is the most important thing. Although I don't know if it's useful, it's definitely something good. Once you get it, you can exchange it for something else. Not only that, Dark Knight Formless shook his head and said, actually, the Ox Deity's beast soul isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that once you get it, you can become a disciple of the Chun Kingdom's Arcana Academy. Whoever gets the Ox Deity's beast soul will be qualified directly, and the second and third place in the Ox Deity's maze will be decided through a duel to determine the last spot. Chapter 2485. Arcana Academy. I've heard of this before. Ling Xiao didn't only know how to cultivate. During his cultivation, he didn't forget to learn more about the local customs of the Black Tortoise continent. Although the information was limited, he also knew what the Arcana Academy in the Chun Kingdom's capital meant. It was an academy completely controlled by the Chun Kingdom's royal family. The disciples in the academy were all geniuses from all over the Chun Kingdom. And these geniuses weren't just ordinary geniuses, because the Arcana Academy's definition of a genius was under the age of 20, reaching the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In other words, until now, no one in the 8 Immortal City was qualified to be called a genius. Maybe Lin Yuetian and that woman from the Tianfeng group were. But it was only a possibility. Lin Yuetian was almost 20 years old, and that woman was 18 years old. If they couldn't break through in the last few days, then they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Mountain Lord, I'm very curious. Why did the Arcana Academy have such a name? After all, what he read in the books wasn't everything. Some things had to be asked by experts like Knight Formless. This isn't strange because the Arcana Academy was built around an ancient ruin called the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It's said that only the Chun Kingdom's royal family knows how to enter the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It should be like the Ghost Prison, an independent space. It's probably evolved from a treasure left behind by ancient warriors. The Extreme Royal Mystic Realm is a natural holy land for cultivation. The spirit chi of heaven and earth inside is 10 to 100 times denser than outside. Not only that, the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm has a large amount of precious treasures. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain them. So it's always been a place that geniuses yearn for. Unfortunately, other than the Arcana Academy's disciples, Outsiders aren't qualified to enter. This is why the Arcana Academy's disciples are valued so much. It's said that as long as you don't die in the extreme royal mystic realm, you'll be reborn and your strength will greatly increase. You'll be able to surpass warriors who were once on the same level as you. Knight Formless explained. Oh, hearing Knight Formless' introduction, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. It seemed like he would have to work even harder from now on. After a month, as long as he could obtain the divine Ox Beast soul, he would not only be able to use it to fill the deity positions of the 12 beast gods. They would also be eligible to join the Arcana Academy. He believed that as long as he obtained that qualification, everyone in the 8 Immortals County would have to be respectful to him. People were afraid of the strong. Even those who had a grudge with him in the past would have to be respectful to him by then. Such a good place must be very dangerous, right? Ling Xiao had seen many mystic realms and ruins. The better the place, the more dangerous it would be. That was why he asked. High Formless nodded. Of course, there's a race called the Yuanling living in the extreme royal mystic realm. This clan was formed through the condensation of the spiritual energy within the extreme royal mystic realm over countless years. Every member of the meta-spirit race was extremely powerful. Not only did they possess astonishing strength, they were also able to control the demonic beasts within the imperial mystic realm to do battle. Therefore, the Arcana Academy had lost a lot of disciples over the years. That's why they recruit new disciples every year. Only with effort will there be rewards. This is interesting. I like to take risks. Ling Xiao didn't care about the dangers of the extreme royal mystic realm at all. As long as there were benefits, it was almost impossible not to pay a price. Ling Xiao, are you not going to tell me? Dark Knight Formless suddenly asked out of the blue. However, Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was asking. Mountain Lord, are you talking about Ling Yan? With your intelligence, you must have guessed it long ago. What difference does it make whether I tell you or not? I just don't want to drag you into these muddy waters. Ling Xiao was speaking from the bottom of his heart. High Formless had already done enough for him. He didn't know what would happen when he went to the 5th level of the ghost prison to save Ling Yan. He didn't want High Formless to get involved. Unfortunately, this isn't something you can control. I'm already on your boat. If I don't want to drown, I can only ensure that your boat doesn't capsize. High Formless sighed. Do you think those people will let me go if I don't help you? Young Master Lin Yuetian can't wait for me to die. Since that's the case, I have to do something to make them unhappy. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Fine. Since Mountain Lord said so, I won't waste any more words. The situation on the 5th floor of the ghost prison was complicated. There were many powerful opponents that one could encounter. If Mountain Lord is willing to help, it will be easier for me. That's right. High Formless nodded and smiled. But if you want the 2 of us to enter the endless sea, I'm afraid 1 Umber Black gourd won't be enough. We have to work together to get one of the 8 great clans' signature treasures. There's no need for that. Mountain Lord can take the Umbra Black gourd. I have the Black Immortal Sword, which is of the same origin as the Umbra Black gourd. Naturally, I can take it too, Ling Xiao said. No wonder I could feel the Umbra Black gourd's aura when you used the Black Immortal Sword. So that's why. High Formless was overjoyed. That's great. I won't hide it from you. This time, I want to go with you to the 5th level of the ghost prison to investigate the real cause of my son's death. The one who killed my son was a warrior from the royal city. This warrior is from the Arcana Academy's archenemy, the Dragon Cult. I know about the Dragon Cult. They are the boss of the Chun Kingdom's underground forces. Almost all the shady things are done by them. The Chun Kingdom's royal family also hates them to the bone. But the dragon cult is very powerful, comparable to the Arcana Academy. Therefore, the royal family can't do much. Ling Xiao said, "That's right. The dragon cult's sphere of influence is only in the royal city and the provincial capital. Fortunately, our county capital doesn't have it. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group wouldn't be able to survive." High Formless shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Let's go. This matter, the sooner the better. Once the elders or the sect master find out, it will be difficult to deal with. They are all people who want you and me to die as soon as possible. Although they don't dare to do it openly, it's very convenient to kill people in the ghost prison. I'm not worried about this. Mountain Lord, please wait for a while. I need to strengthen the formation of the courtyard." Ling Xiao was worried about his friends in the courtyard. These people weren't very strong. Without the protection of High Formless, they would be in great danger. Therefore, he had to strengthen the formation first and make it the most solid place in the 8 Immortal Mountain, so that he wouldn't be sad when he came back. Chapter 2486. After reinforcing the formation, Ling Xiao notified Lin Ruoxian, hoping that she could visit more often. With Lin Ruoxian's cultivation, she might not be a match for those top experts, but she was more than enough to protect the people in the courtyard. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Yi Shichen set off. Ling Xiao's goal was to save Ling Yin. With Dark Knight Formless help, it would be much easier. As for Yi Shichen, he wanted to go in and interrogate the dragon cult cultivator imprisoned on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He wanted to find out the true cause of his son's death. In the past, he didn't want to take revenge, but now he wanted to find his son's murderer and kill him no matter what. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was no stranger to Yi Shichen. He had come here many times when he was cultivating. As for Ling Xiao, he had only come here once. The cultivators in charge of guarding the 5th floor saw the two of them coming together. They couldn't help but whisper, "It seems like the Dark Tribe elder is right. These two are going to the Demon Sea region." One of them said, "Yes, but that has nothing to do with us. We just need to do as the elder said and let them pass. We don't need to be responsible for what happens next." Another person said, "That's right. But then again, the Dark Tribe elder isn't planning to deal with them. Is he? Let's not talk about Yi Shichen's strength." Ling Xiao had comprehended the Dark Shadow martial arts and obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. He had even defeated a Dark Gold expert who was at the peak of the 4th level of hell. With such talent, is it worth it to provoke him? That's right. He's only 16 or 17 years old right now. Not only has he reached the first transition 4th floor, but he can also defeat a Dark Gold expert. We can't compare to him at all. Why don't we tell them what the Dark Tribe elder said? This way, we won't go against the elder's orders, and we won't offend Yi Shichen and Ling Xiao. Good idea. The guards discussed this in private. They all felt that they were small fries and couldn't afford to offend anyone, so they decided not to offend anyone. When Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao arrived, they told them what the Dark Elders had told them. "Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that old bastard is really going to do something to us. I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble if we go to the Devil Sea domain." Ling Xiao said. Scared, Black Knight Formless asked, "That's not it. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he never comes back." Ling Xiao sneered. Against an enemy stronger than him, he had no interest in talking about fairness. He would directly use the power of the divine grimoire and the butterfly lady without hesitation. "Let's go." Dark Knight Formless laughed. If it was in the past, he might have stopped Ling Xiao from having such crazy thoughts. But today he would not do that. If the Dark Ones wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't hold back. The two of them stepped onto the canoe and passed through the cultivation route before finally arriving at the entrance of the demonic sea region. Naturally, Sire Shui appeared. Sire Shui, I've already obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. I want to save my brother, so I'll have to trouble you to open the entrance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. This made Dark Knight, Formless, a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become friends with Sire Shui, who was guarding this place? Yes, of course. Sire Shui had already decided to help Ling Xiao turn the 8 Immortal Mountain upside down. He hated the 8 Immortal Mountain to the bone. The things that the 8 Immortal Mountain did to him were unforgivable. Wait a moment. Dark Knight, Formless, looked at Sire Shui coldly and said, I recognize you. You're a cultivator from the Dragon Cult. Dragon Cult? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't know that Sire Shui was from the Dragon Cult. That's right. This old man is from the Dragon Cult. In the past, for my brother, I didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Cult and submit myself to this small 8 Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, my good brother was harmed, and even I was plotted against. In the end, I was trapped in this predicament. Sire Shui hatefully said, You're the one who killed my son? Dark Knight, Formless, coldly said, Your son? Ha ha ha, are you mistaken? This old man has been trapped here for several hundred years. How could I kill your son? You're only a first transition cultivator, so your son must be even younger. Sire Shui laughed. It seems that I'm mistaken, but since Sire Shui is trapped here, you should have seen the cultivator from the Dragon Cult that was imprisoned here, right? Dark Knight, Formless asked again. I've seen him. Not only that, but he also told me some things. He originally came to the 8 Immortal City to carry out a mission, but he was used by someone to kill a talented brat. That brat should be your son, right? Sire Shui sighed. Where is he? Dead. In fact, he was killed the moment he stepped into the demonic sea domain. Sire Shui said. Silenced. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Dark Knight, Formless, naturally thought of this. Since that cultivator from the Dragon Cult was used by someone, then the person who used him would naturally kill him to silence him. Sire Shui, that person didn't tell you who ordered him to kill my son? Dark Knight, Formless asked anxiously. The one looking for him is Sha Hai from the 8 Immortal Mountains Sand Clan. But as for who the mastermind is, this old man doesn't know. I reckon that cultivator from the Dragon Cult doesn't know either. Sire Shui shook his head. It's a pity that Sha Hai is already dead. No one knows this secret anymore. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Now that he thought about it, Sha Hai had provoked him several times and wanted to have a life and death battle with him, but no one from the Sand Clan stopped him. At that time, he was already very strong, and Sha Hai might not have been able to win. Perhaps the mastermind would rather Sha Hai die just like that. That way, he could completely bury this past in the dust of history. How sinister. But this old man won't let you have your way. Even if I have to revive Sha Hai, this old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, this might be Dark Knight, Formless' only hope now. Mountain Lord, leave the matter of rescuing Ling Yen to me. You should go back and ask the Moon Clan for their Moonlight Soul-Controlling Needle. The Moonlight Soul-Controlling Needle can directly pull out the soul of the dead from the Yellow Springs and interrogate it. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Knight, Formless. But it's not safe for you to be alone. Dark Knight, Formless shook his head. Moreover, the Dark Clan's elder has been watching you. Mountain Lord, actually, I've been thinking along the way that I'm a smaller target if I'm alone. Moreover, you don't have many opportunities. Since they're watching me, they'll naturally ignore you. At this time, it's best for you to investigate the cause of your son's death. Ling Xiao smiled. Also, Mountain Lord, have you forgotten? I have someone protecting me. Last time when you were surrounded by the Elder and Lin Yuetian, it was that person behind me who helped you. Chapter 2487. Forget it. Since that's the case, take this soul-locking token. If there's any danger, just summon me. I'll definitely rush over. High Formless didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he gave Ling Xiao a soul-locking token and turned to leave. Ling Xiao held the soul-locking token and carefully placed it into his storage ring. He wasn't a stubborn person. If there was any danger to his life, he would definitely use it. Of course, he would try his best not to use it. As long as it didn't endanger his life, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Sire Shui, we'll meet again if fate allows. If I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, I will definitely not forget you. I will definitely get all the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain and save you. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also stepped into the Devil Sea domain. Actually, Sire Shui didn't ask him for anything, but Ling Xiao felt that since he had received Sire Shui's favor, he should help him. Furthermore, the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain were something that Ling Xiao had always wanted. Rescuing and becoming stronger weren't contradictory. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Sire Shui sighed. I only helped him break through a level, and he's actually so grateful. It seems that even if it's for myself, I have to let him leave here alive. Sire Shui knew that once Ling Xiao stepped into the Devil Sea domain, there was a high chance that he would die. Thus, he decided to help this child. He was trapped here. Although he couldn't leave the Devil Sea domain, he could still move around. At the very least, he could ensure that Ling Xiao wouldn't die here. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sire Shui was thinking. At this moment, he had already quietly entered the Sand Race's territory. This place was heavily guarded. It seemed that the Sand Race cared a lot about this sea domain. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying pressure here that could create a truly powerful expert. Furthermore, this was a place where criminals were detained. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to move around freely here. But with the Dark Shadow Gourd and Black Immortal Sword, he could move freely and completely ignore the pressure here. Using Shadow Step, Ling Xiao easily avoided the guards and entered the core of the Sand Race's sea region. Upon entering, he was a little shocked because he discovered that there was actually a huge factory here. The factory produced a steady stream of all kinds of equipment used by martial artists. This included weapons, armor, and so on. The people who worked here were the felons who had been imprisoned. They wore special collars around their necks that could suppress their internal energy. He could only release about 10% of it, which could be used for work. However, if he released more than 10% of it, the collar would suddenly shrink, making it impossible for these people to rebel. Ling Yan was among them. However, he seemed to have made a mistake and was being hung up and beaten in an open space in the factory. In a situation where he was unable to use more than 10% of his internal energy, Ling Yan was beaten quite badly. However, this kid was indeed a genius second only to him. Back when they were at Yuhua Town, Ling Yan's cultivation was already stronger than his. Although he was not as good as him now, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Furthermore, in such a harsh environment, he was still able to catch up to him. It seemed that although the Demon Sea region was terrifying, it still needed to train people. Master, there are too many experts here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. Shen Jian reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also discovered that in the Sand Race's sea region, there were actually more than 10 martial artists at the 5th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although these people were rather old and could not be considered geniuses. However, their strength was much stronger than his. It would not be easy for him to save people. I can only use the butterfly lady's soul first. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, an illusory figure condensed in the sea and gradually became clearer. I'll help you create chaos. You take the opportunity to save people. Sire Shui. Ling Xiao stared at the illusory figure that appeared in the sea in shock, somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Sire Shui had no reason to help him. Don't be surprised. If you die, who will save me? Sire Shui smiled and circulated his internal energy. Suddenly, many huge sea beasts drilled out of the calm sea. The people of the 8 Immortal Mountain have been trapping me in the eye of the sea, preventing my soul from leaving. However, they don't know that I've used the power of the eye of the sea to control many sea beasts. I originally planned to try to escape, but I'll lend it to you for today. The terrifying sea beasts all gathered in the Sand Race's sea region. Chaos began. The Sand Race's martial artists did not have time to prepare. This was because there had never been a sea beast that dared to attack the 8 Immortal Mountains' stronghold in the Demon Sea region. Therefore, the Sand Race's sea region fell into chaos. Ling Yen raised his head and looked at the sea beasts. He could not help but smile bitterly. *CK. I didn't get tortured to death by these bastards. Instead, I'm going to become your delicacy. This is so King annoying. Just as he was in despair, he suddenly saw a figure standing on top of a sea beast. Although he was bleeding, he could still see clearly. Boss. When Ling Yen saw this person, he was both shocked and happy. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would come to save him. This was just like a dream. Hee, you call me boss. If I don't save you, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He made use of the impact of the sea beast to destroy the surrounding Sand Race's martial artists. Then he saved Ling Yen. After that, he did not stop and directly escape from the Demon Sea region. As long as he was on the cultivation route, he would be safe for the time being. After all, there were many islands on the cultivation route. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to chase after Ling Yen, they would not be able to find him in a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao could activate the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. He could teleport directly from the 5th level to the 1st level of the ghost prison. Then, he could let Ling Yen mix in with the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain and escape. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. After escaping from the Demon Sea region and reaching one of the islands, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, you know everything about me, right? Ling Yen looked at Ling Xiao, still unable to calm down. I know. Then, you still dared to save me? Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the 8 Immortal Mountain? It's not easy for you to have your current status. Ling Yen could not help but say, What nonsense are you talking about? Since I dared to come here to save you, I'm not afraid of becoming enemies with them. If I didn't even dare to save my good brother, then I, Ling Xiao, would not have today's achievements. It's this kind of fearlessness that allows my cultivation speed to be faster than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yen's shoulder heavily and scolded with a smile. Ling Yen was silent. After a long silence, he suddenly knelt down and said, Boss, I used to call you boss purely because of your strength, but from today onwards, I, Ling Yen, will be yours. Ling Yen was once the sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could be considered a person with a high position. Chapter 2488. Let's not talk about such things between brothers. But you're the #1 genius of 8 Immortals Mountain. Don't you feel wronged calling me boss? Ling Xiao waved his hand. He believed that Ling Yen would live and die with him, just like his old brothers. With the Taiji, He was sure he hadn't misjudged him. Are you kidding me, boss? I've seen how terrifying your cultivation speed is. I entered the cycle of reincarnation much earlier than you, but now your cultivation is even higher than mine. If we're talking about geniuses, boss, you're a true peerless genius. Ling Yen smiled wryly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's rest for a bit, then go. That dark elder knew I would come to the demon seas. Yet he had the guards let me in. He probably didn't have good intentions. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao froze. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Old man, since you're here, show yourself. He took a deep breath and gradually regained his composure. Panic and fear were meaningless. The dark elder had appeared, so he could only face him calmly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. That was why he hadn't used the divine codex or the butterfly lady's power in the demon seas. Now, they could be put to good use. He absolutely couldn't be captured, and neither could Ling Yen. Otherwise, the Dark Elder would make a big fuss about it. With sufficient reason, they could openly punish him. The Elder probably wouldn't kill him on the spot. He would definitely put him on trial and have everyone from 8 Immortals Mountain attend. He would be sentenced to death in front of everyone. No wonder everything had gone so smoothly. Ling Xiao finally understood. The old man had been watching him all this time. He'd watched him save people, watched him flee here, and then suddenly appeared. Ha 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 ha, kid. Your reaction is quite sharp. You actually sensed this old man's presence. The Dark Tribe Elder sneered as he appeared. Standing beside him was Elder Darkflower. Elder, just leave these 2 little things to me. You should hurry up and deal with that traitor, Yi Wuxing. I'm afraid that the young sect master won't be able to deal with him alone. Hidden Flower had obtained such a good opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This was something she had dreamed of. She was afraid of Dark Knight Formless, but she was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if the other party had Ling Yen with them, it would still be useless. Young Sect Master isn't the only one on Dark Knight Formless side. The Sect Master has already personally taken action, so you don't have to worry. The Dark Elder was a sly old fox. He said coldly, "You said that Ling Xiao has a strong backer. That's why I have to stay here. Just do what you need to do. I'll take care of that unknown person." Elder is wise. Hidden Flower froze for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, the only person she was afraid of was the expert she had never seen before. If that person insisted on protecting Ling Xiao, she would be in trouble. Now that she had the protection of the Dark Race Elders, she wasn't afraid. "Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance to live." The Elder of the Dark Tribe looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Oh, you're going to be merciful?" Ling Xiao sneered. He naturally knew this old thing was up to no good. "Of course. As long as you kill Ling Yen with your own hands, then take this pill, I'll let you go." The Dark Tribe Elder took out a purple pill that emanated a mesmerizing aura. A bewitching pill. Don't tell me this was refined by that woman called Qingling. I heard this pill can only be refined by those who know the bewitching heart art. Ling Xiao frowned. "After taking it, if you want, you can control me like a puppet. Not bad, right?" "Ha, you know a lot. But it's better to live than to die. Being a puppet is better than being dead. You're a cultivator who's reincarnated and a genius among geniuses. Even I have to admit your talent. If you die like this, it'll be a pity." The Dark Elder sneered. "I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? I know you're secretly watching me, but I still chose to save Ling Yen. Why do you think I did that?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Boy, you're still trying to be mysterious at this time. Forget it. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Hidden Flower, do it. The Dark Elder and Ling Zhao's grudge stemmed from in Fei Tian and in Jin. But the real reason he wanted Ling Xiao dead was because Ling Zhao's talent was too strong. If he couldn't use such a guy, it would be very troublesome to keep him alive. Yes, Elder. Hidden Flower smiled coldly and walked toward Ling Xiao and Ling Yan. Ling Yan, I'll stop them. Take the opportunity to leave. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and stood in front of Ling Yan. Boss, I won't leave. I can't always be protected by you. Ling Yan shook his head and said, if we die together. If we live together. Shut up. I know what you're thinking, but you're so weak right now. How can you help me? Leave and become stronger. When that time comes, come back and help me. Ling Xiao shouted sternly. None of you can leave. You're all going to die here. Hidden Flower revealed a sinister sneer. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao suddenly entered the transformation state of the butterfly lady's soul. Only in this state could he defeat Hidden Flower. As for the Dark Elder, with the Divine Codex blocking him, he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Today, not only did he want Ling Yan to escape, but he also wanted to live. Go! He shouted loudly. Ling Yan originally didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death, but he suddenly sensed the powerful energy released from Ling Zhao's body. He understood that he was too weak. Since he was too weak, he could only leave. Leaving was the best choice for him. Boss, don't die. After saying that, he turned and left. You think you can escape? The Dark Elder sneered. If I let you escape while I'm here, wouldn't that be too cowardly? Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Yan. However, just as he was about to wave his hand to destroy Ling Yan, an extremely terrifying sword Qi suddenly attacked. The Dark Elder was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Although Ling Yan didn't know what was going on, he still chose to escape. At this time, he couldn't hesitate at all. Who are you? You dare to attack, but don't dare to show yourself? The Dark Elder couldn't see the Divine Codex's phantom and was a little nervous. However, the other party didn't attack. The Divine Codex's power was limited. As long as it didn't attack, it could last for a while. Chapter 2489. Even if I have to escape, I have to destroy Hidden Flower. Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't just leave like that. Not only did he have to completely destroy the Dark Clan Elder's scheme, but he also had to make the Elder lose his powerful subordinates. As an Elder of the Dark Clan, Hidden Flower was very loyal to this old thing. If he killed her, this old thing would definitely be angered to the point that his heart would ache. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Ling Yan had already escaped. Now it was time for him to escape. He looked at Hidden Flower coldly and didn't release the full power of the butterfly lady's soul, because he wanted to bet that he could kill Hidden Flower in one move. One more move, and he wouldn't be able to do it. So he had to pretend to be a pig before he could eat the tiger. Hidden Flower looked at Ling Xiao very warily because she didn't know what kind of scheme this kid had. Although the expert behind Ling Xiao had already gone to deal with the Elder, she was still very careful. She didn't want to fail miserably. However, there was a limit to everyone's vigilance. After Hidden Flower sent Ling Xiao flying consecutively, she gradually felt that she had overestimated this kid. Even if this kid could kill dark gold rank experts, compared to her, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. How could she be afraid? Finally, she started to underestimate her opponent. Ling Xiao endured the pain in his body and waited for this moment to arrive. He watched as Hidden Flower attacked his side and completely lost his previous vigilance. He knew that it was time for him to make a move. Boom! The black immortal sword was finally unsheathed. A cold aura instantly enveloped Hidden Flower. The power of the butterfly lady's soul was completely released. At that moment, Hidden Flower revealed a shocked expression, because she realized that the power in Ling Zhao's body was not inferior to hers at all. But how was this possible? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't answer her question. The sword stabbed out, and the entire space fell into darkness. The first move of the shadow martial art, sword cry Een Mountain. Een Mountain shrouded, and the black tiger roared. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Even if Hidden Flower was several times stronger than Ling Xiao, it would be difficult for her to dodge this attack. Moreover, her current strength wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao's when he transformed into the Butterfly Lady's soul. The Butterfly Lady's soul could allow Ling Xiao to temporarily possess the strength of a First Revolution Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell, coupled with the advanced lightning battle physique and the power of the Imperial Earth Queen. There was also the black immortal sword in his hand, as well as the incomparably powerful shadow martial arts. He definitely had the ability to kill Hidden Flower, who was at the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 5. It's just that I don't have that much confidence. That was why Ling Xiao had been waiting for this perfect opportunity. Puchi, the black immortal sword pierced through Hidden Flower's body, and dark red blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, Hidden Flower truly felt fear. He felt the god of death approaching. She was scared, extremely scared. With a scream, she turned around and tried to escape. He didn't die. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. This woman was indeed a high elder of the Dark Ones. She had been pierced by such a powerful attack, and the sword Qi continued to wreak havoc in her body, but she was still alive. But that was it. It was enough to seriously injure this woman. Looking at the Dark One's elder, who wanted to rush over, but was stopped by the divine grimoire, Ling Xiao sneered. He stepped onto the canoe and sped out of the 5th level of the ghost prison. Damn it! The Dark One's elder didn't expect that he and Hidden Flower together wouldn't be able to stop this kid. He roared angrily, but it was to no avail. He was cunning, but he still couldn't beat Ling Xiao's cunning mind. Bang! Just as the Dark Tribe Elder was about to explode with rage, a terrifying sword light came from afar. It was headed straight for the clouds. This sword was obviously meant to kill Ling Xiao. Young society master. The Dark Tribe Elder was overjoyed, although it was embarrassing for 2 Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the 6th level of hell and 1 Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of hell to deal with Ling Xiao. It was still embarrassing, but as long as Ling Xiao could die, he wasn't afraid of this scandal spreading. He won't be able to escape. Even the 1,000-mile wolf can't dodge this sword, unless he cultivated the 4th move of the 1,000-mile wolf. But that shouldn't be possible. Lin Yuetian slowly flew over from afar, looking coldly at the sword energy that enveloped Ling Xiao. This left Ling Xiao with no place to escape, but it was as if he was deliberately slapping his face. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. 1,000-mile wolf, 4th move, nether wolf. It turned into a nether wolf, invisible and traceless. Even the shadow step wasn't as good as the nether wolf at this stage. The nether wolf was immune to all physical attacks. Only soul power could hurt it. Lin Yuetian and Feng Yun, you two better remember this. The next time Ling Xiao, return to aid Immortal Mountain, it will be the time of your death. With a loud roar, Ling Xiao fell into the vast sea. His body continued to sink. Although he dodged Lin Yuetian's attack, his canoe was destroyed, and he was directly sucked into the sea. As said before, as long as you entered the deep sea, you would be continuously pulled down. Only Sire Shui, who had merged with the eye of the sea, and the sea beasts in the sea would be fine. Ling Xiao didn't know if he could survive, but he wouldn't despair until the last moment. As he sank into the deep sea, he released his twin martial souls. This way, even if he died, his twin martial souls could live on. But Shun Dian didn't know this. When she saw Ling Xiao fall into the sea, she abandoned Fengyun and jumped into the sea as well. Boss! A figure jumped out from the forest on the island. It was Ling Yan, who was supposed to escape. He roared and jumped into the sea. Ling Yan didn't escape. He didn't want to abandon Ling Xiao and run for his life. He might be the only one who wouldn't die in the deep sea of the 5th level of the ghost prison, although he would lose all his cultivation. But he didn't care. Ling Xiao was willing to give up his life for him. He would only lose his cultivation. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, nothing else mattered. Stupid guy, you're courting death. Fengyun was stunned for a moment when he saw Ling Yan jump into the sea. Then he sneered. Humph, brothers' love is deep. I didn't think that brothers who aren't related by blood would be closer than family. Lin Yuetian snorted, his voice full of mockery. Young sect master, where's Dark Knight formless? Fengyun asked. The sect master has personally taken action. Do you think that guy has any chance of surviving? Lin Yuetian said disdainfully. Now it's quiet. Dark Knight formless, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yan are all dead. Elder Fengyun, you should be happy, right? The one who should be happy is the young sect master. With these arrogant guys around, it'll be difficult for you to carry out your plan. But are they really dead? Fengyun frowned and was worried. Of course they're dead. No one who fell into the deep sea came back alive. They're no exception. Chapter 2490. Am I dead? Ling Xiao opened his eyes and found that he was surrounded by darkness. He thought he had entered the Yellow Springs. It was bone-chilling cold, as if he was in an ice coffin. He had never been to the Yellow Springs, so he was not sure about his situation. However, even if he was really dead, he would kill his way out of the Yellow Springs and seek revenge on Lin Yuetian and Fengyun. Boss, you're finally awake. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This caused Ling Xiao to be stunned. The voice was too familiar. It was Ling Yan's. Could it be that Ling Yan was killed too? Sigh, what a failure. He thought that Ling Yan would be able to escape and avenge him in the future. Now, it seemed that he could only kill his way out of the Yellow Springs. Ling Yan, don't be afraid. Although we're all dead, we can still kill our way out of the Yellow Springs. No matter what, Ling Xiao would never give up hope. Since he was still conscious, it meant that he could still cultivate even if he was dead. Therefore, he did not care. Boss, we're not dead. Ling Yan's voice sounded very weak. Not dead. Ling Xiao was stunned. He immediately circulated his inner strength and found that the strength in his body did not weaken. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. He had already reached the last step of the first turn of the Yinyang realm, the 4th level of hell. He only needed an external force to push him forward, and he would be able to make a breakthrough. Kacha! Something seemed to have cracked. A ray of light shone in from the outside. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that he was actually encased in an ice coffin. He saw Ling Yan through the cracks of the ice coffin. Ling Yan could only be described as pitiful. He was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. His cultivation level was also reduced to 0. How could this be? Ling Xiao was stunned. Then fragments of memories appeared in his mind. He held his head and pondered for a while. Finally, his eyes turned red. Why are you so stupid? You destroyed your life's hope for me. Ling Xiao knew everything that had happened. When Ling Yan was the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had studied the deep sea and even created a magical treasure that could prevent death in the deep sea. This time, he had relied on this magical treasure to ensure that they would not die. However, in the process of using this magic weapon, it would continuously absorb Ling Yan's internal energy and physical strength. Ling Yan didn't die. He was really lucky. Boss, what are you talking about? You risked your life to save me. I'll just lose my cultivation base. It's not like I'll die. Ling Yin said with a smile. Good brother, Ling Xiao, swear that I won't let you become a cripple. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and knocked the ice coffin open. This ice coffin should be able to help warriors recover their physical strength and heal their injuries. At the critical moment, Ling Yin gave it to Ling Xiao to use. Ling Xiao remembered this friendship deeply in his heart. He hurriedly took out a life-saving pill and gave it to Ling Yin to ensure that Ling Yin would not die from weakness. Then he let Ling Yin temporarily enter the beast ring to rest. Xin Dian, are you okay? Ling Xiao remembered that Xin Dian seemed to have jumped down. Master, don't worry. I'm a spiritual body. The deep sea will not harm me. Xin Dian's voice sounded. This made Ling Xiao sigh in relief. However, how to get out of this damn place was a problem. Only by leaving this place could he treat Ling Yan's injuries. There were no medicinal herbs here. The conditions were not good. The spiritual energy was very poor. It was not realistic to want to cultivate here. He stood up and began to look around, hoping to find a way out. Although he could endure it for the time being, Ling Yin couldn't drag it out. If he did, he would really die. No matter what, I can't give up. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and opened his Tai Chi eye. He released his soul power and began to look for a way out. Although his courtyard was protected by a formation, if he did not return for a long time, those bastards from 8 Immortal Mountain would have a way to break it. At that time, his friends would naturally be tortured. I don't know how the mountain is doing. Did they escape? And my elder sister, will she be implicated in my affairs? Although the Moon Clan promised to protect Ling Jiaojiao. But now that his whereabouts were unknown, He Yi Wuxing probably would not have an easy time. Can the Moon Clan still protect Ling Jiaojiao? Ling Xiao expressed his doubts. It was because of this that he became even more anxious. And, just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he suddenly discovered that there were actually 8 huge tombstones in this seemingly boundless deep sea. There was no grave under the tombstones. Instead, there were 8 coffins placed directly. These 8 coffins were completely made of bronze. They were chained up by thick iron chains. Strange inscriptions flickered on them. Clearly, the thing inside had been sealed. 8 coffins, 8 tombstones. Could it be related to the rumored founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain? It was said that the founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain was 8 people, 8 ancient people with extremely high cultivation. But if it was really them, why were they trapped here? Ling Xiao did not understand, but since he could not find the exit with his bold character, he naturally did not mind taking a look. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and ran in this direction. When he got close, he felt the terror of these 8 tombstones. All of them were black. Ling Xiao stood nearby, as small as an ant. From the tombstones, a powerful force was constantly released. This kind of power made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to bear it, so he had no choice but to release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Since there was no one else here, he was not afraid of being exposed. The moment the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released, the terrifying pressure on the 8 tombstones actually retracted. It was like 8 terrifying beasts meeting an even more terrifying beast king. Heart demon of sand, heart demon of shock, heart demon of sword, heart demon of snake, heart demon of darkness, heart demon of moon, heart demon of bird. These were the words engraved on the 8 tombstones. And in the middle of the 8 tombstones, there was a huge rock with a small paragraph of words engraved on it. The meaning was not difficult to understand. I have cultivated for thousands of years and finally cultivated the body of the 8 immortals. However, The heart demon is difficult to eliminate. Therefore, the 8 immortals are united, and the 8 heart demons are sealed here. If there are any juniors who accidentally come here, do not move. After reading this, Ling Xiao instantly understood. This should be the place where the founder of the 8 immortal mountains sealed the 8 heart demons. This ancestral master was truly terrifying. He actually managed to cultivate 8 types of doppelgangers. Others thought that the 8 immortals were 8 people, but they did not know that there was only one immortal. You don't want me to move? I want to move. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Anyway, he was trapped here. There was no door to heaven and no road to hell. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well do something. Maybe he could change the situation. At most, he would die. It was better than being trapped to death. Thinking of this, he began to observe the chains on the 8 coffins. The thick chains were incomparably huge. They looked very frightening. Chapter 24, 91. One day and one night. This was the time Ling Xiao had spent studying the inscriptions on the huge chain. However, he had finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. The huge chain finally broke. The 8 coffins produced a terrifying throbbing sound. What a powerful force! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he sat down cross-legged and used his tyrannical martial soul to deal with this frightening force. The force finally restrained itself under the pressure of the tyrannical martial soul, but it was still very ferocious. 8 streaks of black qi came out of the 8 coffins. They were like 8 huge black snakes that attacked Ling Xiao. Taotai beast, swallow them. Ling Xiao's eyes were wide open as a terrifying aura came from the void behind him. A huge beast stepped on the air and came over. A low roar echoed throughout the entire space. Its huge mouth was like a black hole that swallowed the 8 huge black snakes one by one. The 8 black snakes struggled with all their might, but to no avail. Although they were the incomparably powerful inner demons of the 8 immortals, they had been sealed in the coffins for a long time, and their strength was no longer what it used to be. In addition, Ling Xiao was controlling the Taotai beast with his tyrannical martial soul, so it was extremely powerful. Swallowing the 8 black snakes was as easy as flipping his hand. They are indeed inner demons. The 8 black snakes were destroyed and dissolved in the stomach of the Taotai beast. The memories of the black snakes kept flashing. Ling Xiao finally understood everything. The ancestors of the 8 immortal mountain had completely cut off these inner demons and negative emotions in order to become the embodiment of justice. They had sealed him here. Unexpectedly, thousands of years had passed, and Ling Xiao had achieved his goal. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of inner demons and negative emotions. This was because he had once completely turned into a demon and was still able to maintain his original heart. He was a pure demon, so why would he be afraid of inner demons? What these inner demons brought to him was a leap in his soul force, a leap in his strength. His cultivation had instantly broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level of hell. Late-stage cultivation, peak cultivation. He was only a short distance away from the 5th level of hell. The powerful inner demons had been converted into Ling Xiao's pure soul power, which made the Divine Codex and Yuan Venerate more solid. The silhouette of a Yuan Venerate could already be seen clearly. However, the Divine Codex had directly condensed a physical body, using the secret sword as the material and the large amount of spirit stones and natural treasures in Ling Xiao's storage ring to condense a physical body. She had long golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. The divine grimoire had become a real existence, and her strength was even more astonishing. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, Master, Shun Dian can help you deal with those bastards from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Shun Dian was wearing an exotic dress and a pair of small leather boots. She looked very beautiful and charming. You actually called me master? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He was actually quite worried. With Shun Dian's current strength, he could kill him with a single slap. This made him extremely nervous. But the other party actually called him master. Shun Dian is a person who knows how to repay kindness, although he is stronger than you now. Master, you have paid a huge price to obtain the Sword Soul Stone for Shun Dian. Shun Dian will remember this in his heart. The divine grimoire was like an innocent little girl, full of admiration and gratitude for Ling Xiao. Furthermore, Master's martial soul should be the powerful Mountain River martial soul, but there are some changes. With the Mountain River martial soul, he will become the master of the mystic world sooner or later. Shun Dian is also thinking about his future. She smiled very cutely. Won't you be able to take the Mountain River martial soul if you kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, Master has obviously completely transformed the Mountain River martial soul into his own. If you die, the Mountain River martial soul will also disappear. Therefore, Master doesn't have to worry about the Mountain River martial soul being snatched away. They won't be able to. The divine grimoire shook his head. People's hearts are unpredictable. Maybe they won't believe it at all. Ling Xiao still intended to be cautious, especially when his strength wasn't enough. He couldn't be careless. Master is so thoughtful. The divine grimoire tilted his head and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but praise. Indeed, even if it's the truth, some people still won't believe it. It's right to be careful. By the way, Divine Grimoire, you are so strong now. Can you take us out? Ling Xiao asked. He was now eager to leave this place because he was worried about Ling Yan's safety and the safety of his friends and relatives outside. It was impossible for him to stay here with peace of mind. I'm afraid not, but Master, the 8 Immortals' old ancestor, must know the way out. Didn't you devour his inner demon? Let's look for it. The Divine Grimoire suggested. Although a little disappointed, the Divine Grimoire's suggestion was right. The 8 Immortals' old ancestor sealed his inner demon here, so he must be able to get out. And there must be information about this in the inner demon's memory. So he calmed down and began to search. The inner demon's memory was extremely complicated. All the evil martial arts that the 8 Immortals' old ancestor had mastered were all imprinted in his mind. As long as he wanted to learn, he could learn it immediately. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to practice martial arts, so he continued to search. The divine grimoire stood aside, guarding Ling Xiao in this pitch-black seabed. Although it was strange that there was no water at all, they could still feel the existence of demonic beasts. He couldn't be careless. Got it. Finally, after half an hour of searching, Ling Xiao found a way to leave this place. That is, someone must be able to inherit the 8 Immortals' old ancestors' inheritance. The person who obtains the inheritance will not only have his cultivation greatly improved, but also be able to easily open a path to the outside world from here. The first person Ling Xiao thought of was Ling Yan. Obtaining the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor would not only restore Ling Yan's cultivation, but also greatly improve it. It would also allow Ling Yan to get out of danger. This was the best choice for him. Master, you have to think carefully. Although the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor is not as good as the tyrant martial spirit, it is still a very powerful inheritance. Are you really going to give it to him? Seeing Ling Xiao put Ling Yan on the ground, the divine grimoire couldn't help but say, "What's more, if his cultivation is stronger than yours, then Master may be in danger." Divine grimoire, I don't believe that a person who would give up his life to save me is that kind of person. No need to say more. I will give him the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor. Ling Xiao said with certainty. In fact, The so-called inheritance of the 8 immortals' old ancestor was only the inheritance of the evil face. That is, the evil inheritance of the 8 immortals' old ancestor. But Ling Xiao had always believed that light and darkness were born together. If the shadow was forcefully removed, then it would be incomplete. He believed that the inheritance of the good face of the 8 immortals' old ancestor was still on the 8 immortals' mountain. As for whether Ling Yan could get it or not, it would depend on Ling Yan's luck. Chapter 2492. Ling Xiao began to understand why the higher-ups of 8 Immortal Mountain had trapped Ling Yan in the Demon Sea instead of killing him. It was probably for the inheritance of the face of good. This is great. Good and evil as one. This was the complete inheritance of the 8 immortal patriarchs. Seeing Ling Yan's body wrapped in black and white light, his cultivation base began to recover rapidly. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and began to study the things around him. The 8 bronze coffins were made of a special material fused with bronze. They were very sturdy and were comparable to the best divine-grade spiritual artifacts. They were even better than the 8 great treasures of 8 Immortal Mountain. As for the chains, they were even more powerful. They were made of an unknown material and were covered with inscriptions. If Ling Xiao could control them with a formation, they would be the key to his combat strength. Keep them all. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao kept the 8 bronze coffins and the 8 huge chains into the universe of Tyrant. Instead of using these things as tools, it would be more convenient to use them as martial spirits. The universe of Tyrant could transform everything into martial spirits. This was something that Ling Xiao had verified before. In the past, he could not control this transformation. However, after entering the reincarnation cycle, he could control this transformation. If he wanted to transform something into a martial spirit, he could do so. If he did not want to, he could choose not to. In this way, he did not even need a storage ring. The vast universe of Tyrant would become his largest storage space. After keeping the bronze coffins and the huge chains, Ling Xiao looked at the strange tombstones. Golem ghosts. Ling Xiao obtained this information from the memories of the inner demon. The golem ghosts were a kind of creature in the devil realm. When they were dormant, they could turn into stone statues. They could resist almost any attack, but could not fight back. This was the common definition. However, according to the spirit race, the golem ghosts were monsters condensed from souls. They had extremely strong soul power and could suppress the inner demon. The spirit race would often use the golem ghosts to increase the power of their demonic eyes. 1 leaf, 2 leaf, 3 leaf, 4 leaf, and the highest level, 5 leaf demonic eyes. It's been a long time since I last used my tri-leaf demonic eyes. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to level up. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released the Tao Tai beast again and swallowed the 8 tombstones. Tao Chia's stomach was simply Ling Xiao's best furnace. The devil gargoyle was dissolved and digested, and a large amount of soul power poured into his spirit sea. Devil Chi condensed in his right eye. It took a full hour. The demonic eye with 3 leaves had finally been upgraded to 4 leaves. The 4-leaf demonic eyes possessed 4 terrifying abilities. The first was soul absorption, which Ling Xiao had often used in the past. It could confuse the enemy and cause the enemy to lose focus for a short period of time. As for those with weak soul power, their souls would directly collapse. The second type was soul seizing. As the name implied, it could directly seize the enemy's soul, either in whole or in part. Ling Xiao had never used this ability before. Because he wasn't familiar with it, he didn't dare to use it. But now that Mo Tong had leveled up, he was starting to understand the terror of soul snatching. The human body was made up of souls. The soul was the soul, and the body was the body. They almost represented all the qualities of a martial artist, including strength, stamina, observation, perception, wisdom, speed, and so on. If he could directly seize it and use it himself, what kind of scene would it be? The third type was also the ability Ling Xiao had used before, communication with another world. This ability was very powerful. If used well, it could often be used to win by surprise. Ling Xiao's communication with another world could already communicate with one of the 72 demon gods from another world. There was also the bronze giant. This ability would not only become stronger as the demonic eye leveled up, but it would also become stronger as Ling Xiao's soul power increased. The fourth ability was Ling Xiao's latest ability, but he couldn't use it for the time being because his cultivation wasn't strong enough. This ability could only be used as a decoration for the time being. But even so, when the 3-leaf demonic eyes had leveled up to the 4-leaf demonic eyes, whether it was soul absorption, soul seizing, or communication with another world, they had all been greatly improved. Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to gradually reveal some of his past abilities. After all, he didn't use the 3-leaf demonic eyes much in the past, and it was very secretive. Now, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't arouse any suspicion. With the improvement of the demonic eyes and soul power, Ling Xiao's perception had also improved. He looked at the dark underground world in the distance, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a sneer. Since Ling Yin couldn't recover for the time being, he could use these underground demon beasts to temper his martial skills. After all, he had only cultivated the second move of the shadow martial art. If he could successfully cultivate the third move, even if he encountered a martial artist at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell, he wouldn't need the butterfly lady's soul to fight. After all, it was a top-tier jade grade martial skill, even if it was of inferior quality. But a top-tier martial skill was still a top-tier martial skill. Even the best high-tier martial skill couldn't compare to an inferior top-tier martial skill. Therefore, in the following time, Ling Xiao held the black immortal sword and began to kill in this dark underground world. In the midst of the slaughter, his martial skills continued to improve. Moreover, the connection between him and the black immortal sword became even closer. Towards the end, whenever Ling Xiao held the black immortal sword, a black figure would appear behind Ling Xiao. This figure should be the soul used to forge the black immortal sword. It was said that in the past, in order to forge divine weapons, some blacksmiths would push people into the furnace to forge them. This black immortal sword should be forged in such a way. This black figure was dressed in black, with a bamboo hat on its head and a black cloth on its face. When it appeared when Ling Xiao was fighting, all of Ling Xiao's moves seemed to have spirituality. Not only did his moves become more skillful, but their power also nearly doubled. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao's strength was steadily increasing. Not only did Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Rend the Underworld reach the manifestation realm, but the 2 moves also reached the manifestation realm. Once he reached the manifestation realm, these 2 moves could be combined into one and used together, greatly increasing their power. Not only that, but the 3rd move, Dark Slash, was finally cultivated and raised to the perfection stage. His cultivation also broke through again. In the process of devouring the underground demonic beasts, the energy gathered. It allowed his cultivation to reach the early stage of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell. As a result, he didn't even need to fear the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Coupled with the terrifying top-tier jade grade martial skill and the black immortal sword, he was definitely very powerful in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell. Unless one was at the peak of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell, they would be defeated by him. Chapter 24, 93. Lin Yuetian, and Feng Yun, Jian Kuan. Everyone in 8 Immortal Mountain, listen up. If I, Ling Xiao, return to 8 Immortal Mountain and see my friends injured, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao pointed his sword at the sky. The breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his strength filled him with confidence. In 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao didn't care about anyone other than the old guys who were at level 6 of Yin Yang Realm and Lin Yuetian. I hope some people don't be stupid. Otherwise, I, Ling Xiao, won't retreat like I did when I went to the Sword Tribe. I swear I'll make everyone who goes against me pay the price. Ling Xiao was prepared to continue cultivating for a period of time, since he had nothing to do anyway. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar. Ling Xiao looked over in shock. Ling Yan had already stood up from the intertwining black and white light. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. How terrifying! The 2 inheritances of the 8 immortals merged into one. Not only did Ling Yan recover his cultivation, but it also increased his strength by a lot. Boss, it was said that men shouldn't kneel easily. However, Ling Yan knelt down now. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he still knelt down without hesitation. Although he was very weak and couldn't speak previously, he still knelt down. However, he naturally understood everything that Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao had given him the inheritance of the 8 immortals. Most people wouldn't be able to do this no matter what. He was willing to kneel down to Ling Xiao because of this. Moreover, Ling Xiao had risked his life to break into Ghost Prison to save him. If not for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have ended up like this. Get up, Ling Yan. I gave you the inheritance because it doesn't suit me. Ling Xiao didn't have the good face inheritance. If he only had the evil face inheritance, it wouldn't mean much. However, Ling Yan was different. The combination of the 2 inheritances could allow Ling Yan's cultivation to increase rapidly. Even if he reached the rebirth realm, the energy in his body would still exist. In other words, Ling Yan's cultivation speed would be on par with his from today until he reached the rebirth realm. No matter what, this is what you gave me. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to get it. Ling Yan shook his head. I'm grateful that you're grateful. Let's go back to 8 Immortal Mountain and clear your grievances. It's time to reestablish the order of 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling lightly patted Ling's shoulder. Ling Yan's actions proved that Ling Xiao had not misjudged him. Yes, Ling Yan nodded. Then, Ling Yan used the special method of the patriarchs of the 8 immortals to open a portal to the surface from the depths of the earth. This portal could only be opened by the 8 immortals. Of course, those who had his complete inheritance and martial spirit could also do it. And Ling Yan was such a person. Stepping into the portal, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. This fall into the deep sea was a blessing in disguise. Ling Yan had obtained the inheritance of the 8 immortals, and he had obtained the power of the inner demon. This was the reason why his strength and martial skills had improved so quickly. The inner demon was a kind of soul power. It was just that it was more evil. However, after being devoured by the Tao Tai giant beast and the sky tyrant martial spirit, it had become the purest soul power in Ling Xiao's body. His wisdom, perception, and spirit attributes had all been greatly improved. Now, with the Divine Codex and Ling Yan, Ling Xiao believed that no one could provoke him in the 8 Immortals County. That was why he didn't let Ling Yan disguise himself and kept his original appearance. They were back to collect their debts. They didn't need to be afraid of anyone. After coming out of the portal, they were directly facing the exit of the 5th level of the ghost prison. There were still 8 guards at the exit. These 8 guards were from the 8 great clans. Although they had changed people, their cultivation was still at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would have thought highly of them. But now, they were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Who's there? 3 people suddenly walked out of the teleportation array, which made the hearts of the 8 guards tighten. When the 3 people got closer, their shock became even more exaggerated. Ling Xiao, Ling Yan. Both of them were the most wanted criminals in the 8 Immortals Mountain. They actually appeared here at the same time. Other than the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, they were all too familiar with the other 2. But how was this possible? Ling Xiao and Ling Yan had fallen into the demon sea for almost 10 days. How could they still be alive? One had to know that no one had ever returned alive after falling into the demon sea, especially after so many days. Was this a dream? Although I don't know why you're still alive. Since you're alive, you should run for your lives. You're actually stupid enough to come back to die. You two really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps because they let Ling Xiao go, the guards that Ling Xiao was familiar with had all been replaced. Now, these 8 people were absolutely hostile to Ling Xiao. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Before the 8 people could see his figure clearly, one of them was lifted up by the neck. Don't move. Obediently answer my questions, and I can spare your lives. After all, you're just gatekeepers. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. If the other party dared not to listen to him, he would really kill them. What do you want to ask? The person who was choked by Ling Xiao asked with difficulty. Ling Xiao let go of his hand so that the other party could breathe more freely. Kill him. As soon as the person was let go, he roared. The other 7 people moved at the same time and rushed toward Ling Xiao. You dare to hurt my master, you're courting death. Ling Xiao hadn't made a move yet, but Shun Dian was already furious. Her slender jade hand gently pointed. The 7 people all turned into people on fire. They fell to the ground with painful howls and instantly turned into ashes. Don't kill me. The only remaining person shouted in horror. Tell me the question I want to answer, and I can naturally spare your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. This person was truly frightened. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl clearly looked so beautiful and innocent, but when she killed people, she was actually so tyrannical. Moreover, her strength was so terrifying. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come back. He had found a backer. Is the 8 Immortals Mountain looking for us? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, including you, Ling Yan, and Yi Chen Wu Xing. You've all become the highest level of wanted criminals. No matter when or where, without reporting, they can use any means to kill you. That person replied. Good. How are my friends?